Okay, ready or not, here we go. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the tap stream. How's everyone doing today? Charlie, as usual, was ready to go. He really does get up for these streams. So, say good morning, Bad Noob. Thanks for being here. Hey, Teza, hey, Eric, hey, Steven, hey, Victor, and Polar Ted. This, I think, is probably a record for the number of people who are here at the start of the stream. We have almost 180 people. Or it was. Oh, interesting. My view is going weird. So, hey, Paul, hey, Brian, hey, Nathaniel, hey, Colin, Thomas, Buddha. How's everyone doing? Hey, Bill Brothers, MG20TX. No, I'm gonna miss people, but there's a lot of people here today. So, hi everybody. Thank you for being here. Panzerkatten, Jokernut, Martin the Engineer, Jeffrey and Beartastic and Printerprawn. Hey, Gustavo and Don't Knock It. Hey, PF Dennis. How's everyone doing? Eclipse. Hey, DJ Natty. Whew, so it's tap time. We're gonna do a little preview of tap, early preview, right? So it's not released yet. It's been announced, not released. Some of the things I'm gonna be working on today are not necessarily final version. So keep that in mind. Mostly in like the 50 millimeter rail I have is a little different. And oh boy, here we go. And the PCB is a test version. So I expect everything to work, but we'll see how it goes. The idea will be there though, in the assembly process. We're gonna go through oh, okay, well, I guess I'm here now. This is my parrot, Charlie. Hey, John. Hey, Dark Neutrino. See my tap dance? I can't dance, Charlie's on my shoulder, sorry. I won't subject you to that. Hey, Printer Prawn, thanks for gifting a membership. Charlie has been in a mood lately. It's the cold, I'm sure, but yeah, we're gonna indulge him for a little bit while we talk about what we're doing today, and I'll set him down and see if he'll curl up on his pillow or something. Hey, BA, welcome. I is shoulder cat, yes. I am part parrot. Is it PCB a normal PCB or CAN bus? So the PCB for the tap, the optical sensor board, this is just basically a breakout board for the sensor. Now, we are doing something else new today, along with this, because I took the opportunity. LDO sent me their new version that I don't know if it's actually for sale yet, but it's the new version of their just regular. It's not CAN or smart. It's a breakout board for Stealth Burner. So we are going to install this, take the opportunity to install this on the blue LDO Trident kit that we built on stream last Christmas time. So this is going to get all fresh parts. It is running Clockwork 1 right now, so we're gonna update it to Clockwork 2. All that's gonna happen today. So I missed a bunch of stuff. So Eclipse, thanks for gifting the memberships. How much time do you think it will take to get it up and running? Now we're doing a full Clockwork 2, basically a whole tool head reassemble and change. So we're probably 2 or 3 hours in, at least today. So just setting expectations. Hey, Joseph. Hey, Dark Neutrino, thanks for being a member for 7 months. Ooh, that's been a while. Raphael, thanks for becoming a member. So, has it been released yet? Not yet, but it's imminent. So, good morning, Datus. Hey, Kenneth. Hey, Eric. Hey, Kalishnikal. Hey, Bruno. Hey, Poity. Okay, I need to set this guy down. Where are we gonna want to get going? I really want Galileo for Stealth Printer. There's a user mod for Galileo 1. So, hey Kelvin. Hey Chris. That is Lulzbot Green. It is. So that printer, this is, all these are printed. This is Polymaker Grey ABS and Lulzbot Green ABS from KVP. Same parts I printed the rest of the printer in. I appear to have lost the lid on my multi, but screwdriver holder somewhere in the mess that is Doom Crew. Yeah, I've got a mess here. Try to keep it off camera. Hey Colin, thanks for the gifted memberships. Dominovox, member for 7 months, thank you. Thanks for the great streams, you and your parrot. Yes. I mean, he's just chilling. He's fine. He's perfectly happy right here. He would sit here for an hour if I let him. Hey, RWD. Okay, Charlie, you gotta get down because we gotta get started. There's only so much we can take of this. You come over here. There we go. Oh boy, I am behind. Need that Polymaker profile and settings to tweak. I didn't do much. It was just extrusion multiplier and temperature, I think, is all. I might need to do a little bit, looking at these parts, I might need to do some pressure advanced tuning, but I think they'll be fine. Yeah, if he settles down, I'll set up the Charlie cam. Well, we'll see if we'll just assume he's gonna be somewhat settled. There we go. Happy? So simple, I can build it with one arm tied behind my cat. Yes. Hey, Tracy. Haven't seen you in a while, Tracy. How you been? I hope well. Lovely plumage, the Norwegian orange. Okay, so what I want to probably start with is let's do Clockwork 2 heat sets and stuff first. Get that kind of going, because then hopefully that'll be a little more of a continuous working on tap. So I can get this prepared, and then we don't have to work on tap, and then switch over to working on Clockwork 2 and back and forth. Hopefully try to keep that a little closer. So let's get some of this stuff going with heat sets and all that, and probably this view zoomed in is probably good. Hey, Ken. Charlie's pouting, I think. Hey, Crazy. Hey, Brian. I hope I'm all ready for the build today. Bad news got me a little nervous for all the pressure. How many streams do you think it's going to take you? We'll be done today. Knock on. Yeah. My wife says, hi, Charlie, and she has her Charlie's. Awesome, Sean. Hi, Jeff. Okay, that is warmed up. Let's get some heat sets going. Actually, let me make sure that I've cleaned up these parts. Hi, Pie-Eyed. Is Charlie facing a wall or looking out a window? He's facing a wall. He's doing the cat thing. So I'm just gonna do a quick cleanup of these parts. I think that's good. Real minor cleanup. Might as well grab the tap parts. So here's one of the tap parts with its built-in support still there. Here's the carriage side. And then here's the other side. Oh, that support just fell right off, so that's good. Just make sure all these surfaces are nice and flat. So those are there, and the other two parts. This is all tap up here. So then the rest of this just needs a little clean up. Derek, is this QA or final Voron tap? So this should be final. It is marked as release candidate 1 parts, but I don't believe there have been any changes. Bad Noob can confirm, but thank you for the 5. Charlie is a carrot, a cat parrot. There we go. And he's colored like one too. What is TAP? Oh, good question, Bruno. Good question. So TAP is a solution that started in RCF, Russian Cat Foods mind, of a direct nozzle probing solution. So probing, setting your Z offset via actual contact with the nozzle of the heat of the tool head on your print surface. Bad Noob took up the reins and completely changed it. It's completely different from what RCF started with, and has seen it through to what you're seeing today. So it's a direct nozzle, 0 offset, or 0 X and Y offset nozzle probe solution. Hey, KB3D. Do you ever do the acetone smoothing of these parts? No, I don't. Another thing to add to the project list. I have stuff for so many projects. Yeah, same here. Catch up. Ooh, the chat is gonna go quick. So that tap only works for CW2, is that correct? No. There are solutions out there for other extruder solutions. So it does only work with the MGN12X setup. Hi, Letian. Hi, Sebastian. Hey, Ricky. Hey, Sanity. I don't think I said hi to you yet. Okay. One more little piece to clean up. So you set one number only and not fiddle with X offsets from probe, right? We'll go through the whole software setup, firmware setup. So, how much force down the nozzle apply to the bed, and is there any risk of slightly displacing the bed on a Trident? I don't think Trident has a problem with that. I think the bed is rigid enough, or it is rigid enough. I'm running it on a Trident, it works fine. How much force? I think it's about 600 grams, because you got to figure the whole weight of the tool head is basically what you're using, plus the magnets that are in there, and you'll see those magnets in a bit. Do you see this as being the normal Z probing in the future of the Voron builds? This is an accessory. This is a little more advanced. Like it was said in the Voron Live, it's an advanced placement setup. There's a little more to pay attention to get good results. So I don't see it as being a replacement for the spec build, but it is a very viable and good add-on. Hey, Zarp. Would it be 0 chance for a tap on Trident? I wouldn't say 0 chance, but right now the way tap is set up, it's not going to be an easy adaptation to Tridex. Well, you still have to do an offset, but with the travel distance of the probe from printing point to the trigger point. Yes, there is still a Z offset. There is no more X and Y offset. Yuri's here. Hi, Yuri. So tap will be available. We're being told before Thanksgiving, so you should see it within 4 or 5 days. But that's not for sure. Doku, this heat set tray was done by Kyle here in the chat. Kyle Issa. So this is on printables. It's a remix of my inserts for these Acro Mills trays. How many extra wires run through the cable chains? No extra wires. It's still 3 wires for the probe. Thanks for the chat last night. Really got me thinking. Super slicers running. Awesome. Is it going to leave marks on the PEI sheets? It can. And that's going to be dependent on the nozzle temperature when you're probing, which you do want some temperature to make sure that filament isn't getting in the way. So let me get going on this. Otherwise I'm going to have to step away from chat for a second. Let's get heat certs inserted. Do a speed build, a clockwork 2. All the heat sets. Oh, it's stuck to my finger. Okay, where are we at? We'll keep an eye on chat. Awesome, thank you. As far as marking the PI goes, you do more damage just printing on PA than you likely ever will with tap. This is true. I mean, you get your first layer too close or whatever, you're going to put more of a mark than this is going to, assuming you don't probe too hot. Seems like you're running low on inserts already. Well, this is just one bin of them. I have another. These are my, so there is a very, very, very minor difference between some of these inserts. These have a little coarser ridges on them. These tend to come in the LDO kits. And I have another one that I got from Snanjo. I got a 1,000 pack a couple of years ago that are finer, and those are in a different bin, but I've actually almost finished that 1,000 pack. So I am guaranteed to miss some chat. If it's an important question, absolutely tag me, please. As an aside for everyone, Voron's vendors were given access to the bomb ahead of release, so most of us will have options ready for you when it's released. Yeah. So I saw it mentioned before on that I put the rail prominently in the shot. I didn't really intend that. It was just my wanting things to be lined up to have it readable. There will be LDO options. There will be other options out there for the rails, and you can cut down your own. You can take any rail and cut it down. There's a template that's going to be provided. For the length, that 50 millimeter length. We'll cover some of that in the assembly manual once I get there. What else do I have? I got this, a couple to go here. Holy moo, almost 300 people here. Almost done with heat sets. I'm going to save the heat sets for tap for when we do that assembly, so it can be a little more contained in the stream. How do you cut rails? Aren't they hardened steel? You want it? I've used just a Dremel with a fiber cutting blade, cutoff blade. That works pretty well, and then I cleaned it up on my grinder. Okay, that should be all of those. So before we can actually get into this, we need to pull the old one off the other printer. So let me move the printer over here. Let's get this stuff out of the way. Let's get Clockwork 2 stuff in one spot and tap stuff in another spot. There we go. So let's go here, get my coffee out of the way, just in case. Let's bring the printer up here. Angle grinder works. Yeah, just be careful. You don't want to be off by more than about 1 millimeter. Hi, Rod. Kyle, yeah, I did a rare call out a couple of streams ago, saying it'd be cool to hit 6,000 subscribers before my birthday, before whatever. And we're 2 weeks away, over 2 weeks away, and I think we'll hit it today. So I didn't think it was going to increase that quickly, even with the call out. Okay. So this is the LDO 2.4 R2 kit I built last Christmas time. It is pretty much as it was built. So we did, as part of the extras on that stream series, we installed the Stealth Burner cooling solution, but still have Clockwork 1 as the hot end. So we're just going to start disassembling. Hi, James. So just a little bit of a note for those serial requests out there. This is Clockwork 1 with a tool head board, and all the wires are underneath a cover. Just saying. Just saying. Look at that. Sanity ought to be chuckling. Hey, it's just only 10 away from 6K. Let's see where my thing says we are. Where are we? We're only 4 away from 6K. Wow. That's nuts. That is nuts. There will be rails on AliExpress before you say quality control. Yeah. When's your birthday? I am December 6th. $1976. I'm a bicentennial baby. Oh, I'm back. I scrolled up on chat. Holy moly. Gary, thanks for gifting the members. I am way behind. Yeah, I think just about all of your favorite Discord presence vendors are going to have parts for this. So. Okay, is that all of the parts for this? Let's see what we got on chat. I got a couple of pings. Hey, nice, Sean. What are you trying to say, Steven? Do I look older than I am? Probably. You're my Mustang Cobra 2. Oh. Is that Pearl Harbor Day? That's the 7th or the 9th? 7th is Pearl Harbor Day, right? What's the expected cost of the kit? I don't know. Hey, Robbie. You're at your 4 subscribers and you'll hit 6K. Let's see. Woohoo, exactly 6,000. Here. Alt, print screen. Exactly. Awesome. Oh, we got a lot of people in this same mid 40s range. Okay, I'm gonna need bits and pieces off of that, but the rest of this is close to. I graduated high school in '76. My wife wants a salt and pepper. She can have it. My silver gray is in my face. Tap compatible with switchwire in the future. We hope so. Thanks, Christian. Kyle, thanks for that. Congrats on 6K. Thank you. Kennedy was president when I was born. Here, let me do something here just because I like to do it. There we go. That'll put that over there. Okay. Let's go here maybe? No, that's not good. I guess I'll just leave this here and you'll have to see the back of my head for a second. Get in here and undo the, there we go. Undo the screws for the heater. Oh, I'm scrolled up. I keep scrolling up on chat and then it doesn't scroll for me. It sticks. And the younger here, I guarantee you're not the youngest here at 1987. Okay, getting close. We're getting all the tool headboard. These 14-pin connectors are so tight. Maybe since we're going to be pulling this all apart anyway, it'll be easier to do this with the tool head unscrewed. Then I can just grab the whole thing. There we go. So out with the old, going to be in with the new. Rid of a few zip ties. There we go. I'm getting there. Put this back out of the way. Just bend that out just a little bit. I will not be sad to see these rear facing clockwork screws go. Not at all. You boomers need a nap in the middle of stream. We'll catch you up later. Let me turn off my heater because it's getting warm in here. That a little more. There we go. Tweezers. There we go. Clockwork one gone, but we're gonna need to take that apart because we need the bits and pieces out of it. And we've got a new printed tool head that we'll need. Okay. This goes as well, but we will save that for when we actually put tap in. Okay. Back. See if he's younger than me, that's all I have to say. Okay. Oh, I imagine this will get its own channel, its own channel there. I don't think it's more than, it's definitely more than a thread. This build isn't CAN, but can work, or tap can work with CAN in other builds. It can. I do, my purple Trident with tap on it is using a Mellow SB 2040 CAN toolhead board. So it can work. Let's move this out of the way. Get Clockwork 2 disassembled. Let's go here. Clockwork 1 served well. I got some, I printed, I did a rebuild on the purple Trident and I printed most of the parts with this printer and they turned out some of the best I've ever, best print quality. Just happened to nail the fine settings on it for the filament I was using. Is the toolhead PTFE the same length in CW1 and CW2? I think it's another millimeter longer, if I remember right. How do you like the SB 2040 CAN board? I haven't used it long enough to have any complaints. It does run warm. The MCU on it does run warm. I'm letting it run warm just to see if I end up having any problems. Okay, so there's, oh crap. the bearing fell off the back of my table here. Someone printed on a pizza box. Yeah, I saw that. That was funny. I don't know how many of these fasteners I'm going to reuse, but let's start getting rid of stuff we don't need. Oh, we won't need that whole thing. None of that. Grab this. Good to know you're running a CAN setup with tap. I'm switching to my Trident over to CAN. Now, something we'll cover later. It's very important to pay attention to voltages and whatever particular optical sensor you end up with. So that is critical when you're talking about these toolhead boards and what they support and where you hook them up and what board you're using supports. Okay, reusing one of my other things. Oops, I missed a heat set. Missed a heat set in the end of here. But Charlie loves a warm heat bed. I don't know if anybody pays attention to Twitter. I think fewer and fewer are. But I did post some pictures of Charlie on Twitter yesterday. He was trying out his seats on the Enderwire and the Legacy. He was sitting on them in turn. The SB 2040, if memory serves, has end stops with access to 5 and 24 volts. Yes. Okay. Make sure that's in and flat. What is Twitter? Exactly. Have my CW2 ready to fit. We'll be fitting tap. Would you suggest getting CW2 working first or doing both as you are tonight? If you have all the parts, I mean, and if you're are comfortable with both builds, I would just do them both at once. There we go. just take a little, get rid of any filament. Oop, there goes the bearing. Get rid of any filament dust here. Put that in there. This one in the back. That one is tight. There we go. Now I want just a little bit, tiniest bit of grease on this gear. Rid of the Charlie fur off the tip of this, because Charlie fur is everywhere. And making very careful not to get any of this where the filament goes. And this is a super light coating. Super light, nothing where the filament goes. Goes in there. Goes right there. And that. The shaft with the gear moves back and forth on my build. Is that expected? Yes. It should float a little bit. There we go. And then this goes on here, and I'm going to start this with, just tighten this down with this regular screwdriver. Now we rotate this into place, and I set an initial backlash where if you've ever done an RC car, you want just the tiniest bit of wiggle there. Very little, like barely perceptible. And then if you see, this goes back and forth there, so it can definitely line up on the filament path. And then I want to make sure, because I didn't before, find a piece of filament and just confirm that my filament path is clear. Yeah, just in case, because I forgot to check. Okay. That one, no. Grab my selection of fasteners. Hey, 3DP Mensch. Have you used filament wipers on any of your 3D printers? I've set them up, but I'm not actually actively using them. Hey, Jared, welcome. Okay, now I need a washer for this in 3x8. Washer goes there. This one goes in for the other motor screw. I'm going to tighten that preliminary and then make sure I still have a good tiny bit, tiniest little bit of wiggle. And then that moves fine. Let's get a, this isn't a tutorial on assembling this, just kind of going through the things to pay attention. There's a flathead cap screw that goes in here. That's the stop for the guidler. I'm just gonna bottom that out right now. Hey, David. Hey, BA, thanks for becoming a member. Hey, Bertalion. How many people do we have watching? Holy moly, 360, wow. Okay, let's put the guidler together. Where's the other piece of that? I need the other piece of this. Oh, there it is. Let's set it over in the... Okay, snap that together, and I think, what is it, a 16 or a 12? 16. Hey Kyle, thanks. Tap, tap, tap. Is this thing on? That blue V2 looks so good with those colors. I love these colors. So as others mentioned, thanks Jared. My Subaru themed printer. Are you planning on any CAN bus tutorial videos, or will that be in this stream? Not in this stream. We'll be covering CAN bus in the Tridex build series. And it'll become a regular as we use it, as I install it in builds. Hey, Collie. What was the previous record views? Well, in terms of total views, the first Stealth Burner build is up to almost 60,000 views. Concurrent viewers in stream was the big Trident giveaway, and that was over 600, I think. And then this guy. These streams are so relaxing and inspiring. Ordered my first printer tent for finally printing my first ABS parts. Awesome. Have fun with that, Tibbs. Yeah, I know I need to use the ES15, but some of these are just a little sensitive. Like this one, if it doesn't line up with the heat set, then you can cross thread it. And that's what I'm trying not to do. So the ES15 doesn't give you that fine control. Hang on, tap won't work in Australia because it won't work upside down. That's a good point, John. Do we have Australian compensation built in, Bad Noob? Oh, Australians just need the N152 magnets? Okay. Oh, some guy was asking what kind of screwdriver? Yeah, that's an ES15. Miniware, is that right? Is that the brand that does those? Okay, then careful that we don't tighten that too much. And there is Clockwork 2. Oop, I forgot a heat set. I forgot 2 of them. Rotated 180 degrees for Australia, okay. If the Trident giveaway hurt anyone, it would be Scott sharing. The Pat mod. Oh, you just have to turn the magnets upside down, okay. Are those bolts not the ones that rust? Not here in California. Not here in California, or at least my area. Okay. Cover. It rarely rains in California anymore, that's true. Although we're supposed to get some rain coming up. I think. Let's see. It says it's 49 degrees out there, or 52 degrees out there. No, a week from tomorrow. That's too far out to know. A little tight. There we go. Okay, Clockwork 2 is together. Let's get the cloud end out of here. We had some already. Just got back from California from a work trip. Jet lag still destroying me a week later. Hey Nardon, welcome. Thanks for subscribing. I'm just pulling the old stealth burn, or I mean, toolhead apart. Hey, blowing up. Oh crap. I just lost one of those. I gotta find it. That's important. Regular glasses, and oh, there it is, good. one of the dragon screws. That goes there and there. So then let's put the dragon in here. C here at the moment, 48F. Okay. It's not too bad. Sonoma is a beautiful place, yep. So even though I was running the Stealth Burner style tool head on this before, it changed. So I'm just running the latest version here. For some reason, I'm not getting those screws to line up. I wonder why. Never actually had that problem, I swear. Let's try putting these in first. How many watt heater do you use? This is whatever came with the Dragon or with the LDO kit. Now let's try this one. There we go. All hot and should use M3s, yes. Loving the stream music. So this is Stream Beats by something. Stream Beats by Harris Heller. This is their cherry soda lineup, which I've been using for way too long. This is pretty much my go-to. When will TAP be published? The hope is sometime this coming week. Yeah, so this is the newer one. The previous one, if you look here, this little extra feature is the main difference, and that's a difference in the sides of it. Instead of being a harsh angle here, there's this angle. What's my favorite hot end now? Well, I'm using Dragons and Rapidos and Revos, and I'm still very much, they all work. But I'm still, even with the delays, most excited about the Revo ecosystem. I'm having trouble squaring my frame. It rocks on the granite countertop. Any tips? Yeah, just kind of loosen and I usually clamp the extrusions to my top here to make sure they don't rotate as I'm tightening it. The other thing you can try is put an M5 washer behind. There's enough space for the head of the M5 bolt and a washer. If you put a washer in there, it'll help keep it from rotating the extrusion. Okay, so now this fits on there now. Okay, that subassembly is done. Let's get to here. Holy moly, we have almost 400 people here. Wow. So we are going to need to change some connectors on this part. So this is all the bits and pieces that came with the LDO kit. But the new toolhead board for this piece. So what'll happen is, here, let me put this back in here. There's a toolhead board that goes in here, right? But to make it easy, Kyle Art K in chat came up with this 2-piece setup where your whole front fan assembly plugs in with this 8-pin connector to make maintenance a lot easier. So this piece slides in right here, and then your fans and your LEDs plug into this, and then you never have to unplug all of those behind in here. It just plugs in directly to it like this. So, but these are JST XHs. We need to switch to PHs for the toolhead board. All of these come out. I think I actually, hopefully, have another set of, yes, good. Another set of the little LED holders. Diego, thank you. Greetings from Double T. Enjoy some beers on me for your birthday. Thank you, I appreciate that. This little black piece, I always make sure any elephant foot doesn't get in the way of putting it into its spot. So then that comes apart. And this doesn't have any bits in the way. Goes together fine. Steve and TAP team, I'm interested in why this slider system was selected over a strain gauge. Better thermal stability, doesn't require thermal compensation. I'll let Bad Noob answer that, because I don't know exactly. It's also easier to do with off-the-shelf parts. It's probably one reason. With a strain gauge setup, you'd need something custom PCB, whatever. This can be done without a JLC PCB order or a PCBWay order. Switching my glasses when I'm not ready to. Just recovering the LEDs. I'm going to reuse this whole setup. There we go. Okay, those go away. I don't want to see them anymore. Put this thing back in here. It's going to be a little fiddly to get in here. It is for me every time anyway. There we go. I did not try dovetail. Nope. An ADC would be needed for the board. Yeah. Okay. That. Now let's put this thing back together. Try not to break anything. Jack Black, $5. Happy birthday. Thank you. Appreciate that. There we go. And then this pushes up in here. Push these through the built-in, push the LED wires through the built-in wire kind of retainers, which can be a little tricky, but there we go. Just about any MPU used today is built-in ADC. Oh, I forgot to cut away the built-in supports for the wire management. Cut it one side, and I'll just use my side cutters to get it from this side. And then while I'm here, I'll do the one on top. There we go. Where are we at? So our main stain for the brand of ABS. I saw Baum reference KVP. It's just an involved community member. We probably need to tweak that. There are so many good suppliers of ABS right now. KVP is not necessarily the preferred vendor, but some of that stuff takes a bit to get updated. Hey, Daniel Modbot, thank you. Okay, let's get these back in here. That sets very carefully down in there. That, and then the other one. Goes right there. There we go. Wonder how many of us are going to pull apart perfectly good working printers to install this? Probably many. I pulled apart my most reliable most go-to printer in the Trident to do Tridex. So, okay, let's grab the fan. Actually have this in here like this. And now let's see what lengths we're gonna need to cut these wires and strip them for the new connectors. I'm gonna have a lot of beer on my birthday. Nardone, $5. Thanks for the quick answer adding for the beer fund. Thank you. Okay, so fans are in, LEDs are in. We're gonna have to redo all three of these connectors. So let's kind of bend those out of the way and get our PCB in place. So the important part when you're installing this little extra PCB is you want to make sure that the connector here, the pins on back, are cut almost flush. And this is how it came from LDO. So they did a good job of making sure that's flush. And many of these have solder pads for the connectors. This one has JST PHs, but there's also selectors for fan voltages here. Both of these default to 24 volts. There's an itty bitty, probably can't even see it on camera, but there's a trace in between the 24 and the center pin that you would have to cut and then solder bridge for 5 volts if you wanted 5 volts. So, hey Stefan, I got a couple more weeks. Don't age me too quickly. Give the kitty scritches when you take a little break. Here, I'll give the kitty scritches. Wake them up a little bit. They told me to, Charlie. It's not my fault. I was told to. Hey, Lucas. Oh, FPV. That is a YouTube bug. If you end your statement with a smiley, it will delete everything and just put the smiley. It's the most annoying thing ever. Not ever, but it's very annoying. TAP will end up in the main GitHub. It'll have its own, I think it'll have its own repository. It is a major product, so to speak. It is a major project. It doesn't get relegated to a mod or anything like that, at least to my understanding. So that goes in there, and now we get to figure out what lengths. Now I'm going to have little service loops. I'm gonna leave as much wire as possible, pretty much all of it, just in case I wanna make a change later. So I am going to just start pulling these apart. I feel like I have a harder time pulling JSTs apart than I do microfits. Get something a little sharper. There we go. There we go. There's two, and then we'll pull the microfit one apart. 2 of them came right out. That one's being stubborn. JST can be a pain. Is it compatible with both CAN bus and 2-piece boards? Sure. As long as you're making sure you match your... That one is not wanting to come out. I think I... There we go. Okay, well, I don't really want to just... I said, there we go. I bet you this will work better. There we go. Okay. You took a look at the DuPont crimping I sent you on Discord. I took a look at a lot of DuPont tools, and I have one on the way. So it's one by a company called Hosen. It's a Japanese company, I think. And I think I'm hoping it'll work fine. Family now loves Charlie and they're okay with the printer stuff. Thank you for helping bridge the gap in my household between interests. Awesome. Okay, this came with, let me find my little box of goodies. Came with some connectors and terminals. There we go. Things that I'll need for that. I won't need these. That's interesting. Oh, I might need one. Yeah. Okay. I did pick up, if you weren't here, I did pick up a new tool to try out. Picked up a new tool. So we're gonna try those today. They just came in yesterday, and the reason I picked them up is these are the engineer crimpers, and I've been using the iWis crimpers, and the reason I picked them up is because they went on the lowest price I've seen on Amazon ever at $35 for these, and I keep saying that these work fine and I have no reason to try these, but since they were cheap, I figured I might as well do a direct comparison. So these are the engineer. These are what a lot of people recommend as the best for crimping JSTs and microfits. I've used for years these iWis 2820Ms with no problems. So I don't know. I've done 3 crimps with this. I did 3 crimps last night. So we will do more today. This is the PA09. Oh, they don't, oh, okay. They say, there, PA09. Get all these JST PH pins. It's easier to say you don't need engineers until you actually get engineers. Yeah, I have some initial impressions. So my initial impressions, and this is assuming that what I bought here are genuine, and they came in this box, which looks correct. I don't know if there's any little things, if there were a counterfeit, that you could notice. So as far as I know, they're genuine. And the one thing I've noticed so far, and I don't know that you'll be able to actually see this, maybe with a white background, there appears to be more gaps when everything is closed up than on the iWis ones. The iWis seems tighter. The iWis actually seems tighter. So I'll reserve judgment on how that affects the ability to do a good crimp or not, but first impression is the iWis seems to have a tighter fit on the jaws. Okay, so this little labels here, there's part cooling fan here, that's this guy. There's the LED here, and then the hot end fan over here. So we'll start with the part cooling fan. And I'm just gonna go, I'm just gonna use the full length on these if I can. So let's cut these ends off. And I'm gonna use my Engineer PA06 wire strippers because I've been pretty pleased with those. That is correct. The gaps reduce the chance to banana the crimp. Okay, if the gaps are a good thing, that'll be interesting to find out. Okay. So these are JST PH, so I imagine I want to use the 1mm spot on the crimper for the conductor crimp at least. Wow. There we go. Get that back in there. That was, okay. That was not good. Yeah, that is not working. Okay. I just ruined 2 crimps because it's twisting. It's twisting at the end. I'm gonna switch back to these guys. There we go. There's one. So the 1mm crimp I'm not impressed with. I just ruined 2 terminals in a row, and that's probably more than I've ruined in the last month. And Steve hasn't even given away anything. Nope. Oh, whoa, 430 people. Holy moly. Okay, so this is gonna go in there. That is so it's the outside 2 terminals. The center one would be if there's a PWM signal or a TAC signal or whatever, TAC signal. So now that, I'm gonna try to just plug that in and probably just kind of squeeze that down. It's not perfect, but I don't want to cut those yet. So I think that'll be okay. That'll push out of the way when we put it in. Same here, this is gonna go across, and same with the LEDs. So let's do the LEDs next, since that's the next connector there. People want to see the tap, yes. Steve gives stuff away. We may have a giveaway build series coming up. We may. I've gone through a whole set of pH pins just trying to do one stealth burner, hard to keep a hold with my, yeah. So I have a little technique that works for me. Let's see, what's the orientation these are going in before I get started on here. I think this will be fine just doing this. So I think I'm zoomed in all the way. Yeah. So if I took this, I have the wire in my finger, and then I take the terminal and I put it in there, and then just the edge of my thumb here is holding the insulation side of the terminal. And then I'm not even gonna try those engineers. I'm gonna do some other crimps with the engineers and see if that just needs to be broken in. But it's turning, it turned 2 of them to the side and didn't do a proper crimp in a row. So I'm not gonna take the time to troubleshoot and test. But if I have this wire here and I kind of hold it with the tip of my thumb and then just get in here with the crimper. And you can also, as I just screwed up there, leave it in there and just carefully push the wire into the gap, making sure that you don't get a strand out of place. Like that. It's a lot harder to do both on camera and with these wires relatively short. And one more. There's those. I'd load the terminals into the engineers first, then snake the wires in and then crimp. Yeah, that's fine too. You have to use the very ends of the engineer crimpers to parallel the tabs. I don't on my eyewisses. Now for the insulation side, often I do, but for the conductor side, I don't need to on the eyewisses, ever. Okay, so 5 volts. I'm following the pin out on the board. So 5 volts. Ground. And signal, LED. Okay, so then we're gonna bend this around here. All right, like that. Yeah, only need to do that on the insulation side. That's normal. I wouldn't complain about that myself. Pull this a little straight and try to pull this insulation back a bit. There we go. On and fan. See where we're going with this. Okay, the engineer one's bending the pins and it's tricky to remove the crimped wire. Let's try this again. We'll try the engineers again. So, and we'll do this with the, putting it in here first. So making sure this goes in straight. Yeah, as soon as I start crimping, it's rotating the terminal in there and rotates it all the way to the side. Nope, those are done. Those are done. Not a fan of that. Maybe those are bad. If I do the same thing here, and this is also on the 1 millimeter. It stays straight. Yeah. What do we got? Does tap replace the probe then? Yes. That's also my problem? Yeah. I mean, I've got an equivalent crimper here that doesn't do it. I was not coming in here intending to have a problem with the PA09s. But right off, I have no reason to switch from my IWISs. Okay. Fan negative, fan positive. Okay. Now let's see how I'm going to, I need these to be pretty crammed in here. Maybe I'll try going the other way. Maybe underneath the board. Here, let's go into that little gap there. Let's go into this little gap here. That is the little compliant area for the fan. And then come back out. Let's see how that works. Only because I don't want to cut these wires down yet. I could have cut them closer and stuff, but I'll do that. And then come on. Trying to get an angle on this with other wires in the way. There we go. Now it's in there. There we go. Are you kidding? Member for 3 months. Thank you. Wish I could watch the stream more regularly. Well, at least they're available after. Although they're awfully long to watch, I understand. Okay, this is done. This is done. Let's move on. Get to some tap. My PA09s look different. Yeah. Everyone should use whatever tool works best for them. Yep. You're doing it wrong, Steve, and that's okay. You're not super intuitive. They're not super intuitive, especially with instructions that are in a foreign language. I'm using these wrong the same way I'm using these. Am I using these wrong? I will say the JST crimps I did last night were fine. The JSTs I did last night were fine. Just that pH, that 1 millimeter crimp spot, it's twisting the terminal and as it's crimping. And I don't, oops, that. The PO9s did used to be red, yep. I have the 2820M. See, 2820M. Oh, wrong, Steve. Okay, back to where we at. We have Stealth Burner done. We have Clockwork 2 done. Oh, I need to crimp a new connector on this. I'm recycling a 20mm piece. So let's grab this and this and this. And I forgot another heat set, so let's put this heat set in. Try the 1.4mm. Okay, I'll do that, Alexander. So I think I saw a mention of asking about filament again, and if we're talking about this, this is Polymaker ABS Gray, and this is KVP Lulzbot Green, both ABS. I will try the 1.4 next time. Hey, hybrid. I will try the 1.4 next time. Okay, now this guy goes in here. A couple of 3x8s. There's a little spacer that goes behind. Go like that. So this in here. I think these are intended to be a little tight so that the it's easier to install. But that's actually threading. So I don't want that to thread. Let's try that. Okay, so then this goes in here. And this one I'm hoping will just thread in. Looks like it is. There we go. Tool head in, and then I'm hoping I have enough wire here to just go up the backside here and plug in right there. And I think I will. It'll be a little tighter than I like, but let's pull another microfit connector apart. I've got 3 of the 4. Just like last time. Am I just missing something when I do the last one? Do I get in a hurry? There we go. What did I cover earlier? If you look at the Apollo 11 teaser, that has can and umbilical. Okay, straighten up these pins. Let's cut the terminals off that are here. Now this is just JST, which I need to grab my JST connectors. And the order of these, I'm gonna mimic what I did on the Tridex, so I'm gonna go look at that. Color order, Let me see what I did on Tridex. It is blue, yellow, green, red. Blue, yellow, green, red, just like that. Hey, Adrian. Oh, I got another tool. Let's try that here, just for fun. I got some. Oh, that didn't do it. Well, that's interesting. I was having all kinds of good luck with doing these on, although I did 24 gauge. These are 26 gauge. I don't think 24 might be the limit on these. That's interesting to know. Yeah, it won't do. It's not doing 26s. Okay, well, it was worth a try. Blue, red, green, yellow? Blue, yellow, green, red. Blue. Let's grab the engineers again. And we're gonna go the next size up on these. That was just fine. Blue, yellow, green, red. Crimp these a little too long, or strip these a little too long. Lots of stripping tools have problems with small gauge. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is the first smaller than 24 gauge I'd tried with those. They worked fine with the 24 gauge. These are just probably too small. Ah, come on, there you go. KV, $5. You have to change the pressure slider on the Knipex on top. Oh, good call. I will try that. I think I had it at the minimum pressure on recommendation, but I will try that. Good call. Ah. Okay, those are cramped. Grab a thing and blue, yellow, green, red. Blue, yellow, green, red. If the crimps are reluctant to release, push down from both sides or you bend the crimp. Yeah, I'm holding it on the wire side when I press down on the other side. Okay, so that went just like that, and that's nice and tucked in there. I think that'll be fine. Usually I run these around the back side of the motor just for lots of strain relief and run it underneath the hinge here, and there's plenty of room, but I'm reusing a motor that I cut the wires too short, so that'll work. Looks like I have to go. Daughter nagging me to go to the park. Have fun, John. We might still be here when you get back. Hey, thanks for the gifted members, John. On your way out. So see, this goes here, and then this lines up with those, and we'll plug right in. Now, I gotta say, it needs shifted. There we go. That seems a little interesting. We'll check that out a little more in a little more detail later. I feel like it's angled somehow, and nothing is in the way to make it that way, so something's going on there. But we'll check that out later. See if it's a problem. Okay. Tap time? Is it tap time? It's spam bot time, it looks like. It's bot time. Hey, Thomas. Thanks, Sanity. What's the yellow filament? This is KVP Lulzbot Green. KVP Lulzbot Green. It's tap time. There is a draft manual we're going to go through. This is the Voron TAP manual. My 2-part PCB was like that too. Had to just screw it in and it pulled the pins in line. Yeah. Careful you don't shift it row up or down when putting the front on. Yep. Make sure it's plugged in properly. Yes. So, tap time. This is the draft manual. It is 2 pages per page. It's set up to be folded down the center vertically. I'm talking about tapping it, and that's why the bots are here. Hey Josh, I didn't know you were here. Have a good one. I didn't catch you. Okay, so here's the manual. We have printing guidelines and welcome and optical sensor options. We're gonna go through some of this in a little bit of detail. It may be reworked, but we're gonna go through what's here. Eclipse, $20, thank you. Tap, tap, tap. So print options should be very, print settings should be basic. What do we got? FDM, ABS or ABS Plus, ASA is fine too. Recommended 0.2 millimeter layer height, that's kind of important. Is it available or when will it be released? Hopefully within the week. Extrusion width, 0.4, infill, all the standard options. Walls 4, top bottom layers 5. File naming, all that's standard. Primary color versus accent color. I'll zoom in on this as we get to important stuff. This is all important stuff, but the screenshots and stuff. Officially submit that doing a bed mesh with the tap should be called tap dancing. And this isn't the very latest. There's some typo corrections, I'm told. So if you see some typos, it's possibly already fixed. But reporting issues, introduction, welcome to TAP. So let's zoom in and get a little bit over here. So TAP is a nozzle. So someone was just asking what's TAP. So let's go with it. TAP is a nozzle-based Z-probe for V2 and Trident printer designs. The entire tool head moves to trigger an optical switch. TAP offers many advantages over other solutions. Those advantages are extreme precision, a well-constructed tap. Let's highlight that, a well-constructed tap. Your level of success is going to depend on the degree of effort you put into part selection and construction care, right? A well-constructed tap, when in service in a well-constructed printer, will be able to measure your Z position reliably with a precision of 0.4 micrometers. any build surface. TAP can measure any securely mounted. That's why V1.8 and switch wire, we have difficulty with this right now, but those are being worked on. And no longer matters. Textured plates are ideal for TAP, but adhesive PEI sheets may also be used. Changing nozzles or build plates, no problem, because you're measuring to the tip of the nozzle. Viking Cat, Trident or V2 are the recommended right now. Extreme durability, high temperature operation, so that optical sensor, no moving parts, right? TAP uses light to detect the movement, so there's no switch to wear out. No complicated macros. There's a little G-code macro we're gonna put in the config, but we'll explain that later. TAP is always ready to probe and requires no docking or undocking. And Z end stop elimination. We don't need a Z end stop anymore. And then crash protection. With TAP installed, if you're not, you don't have to aim for that pin anymore in the back. Just so long as the tool head moves up, it's gonna trigger. So it's not going to crash into your build plate and stuff. Okay, so how does this thing work? Special warning on the Y position. So you do lose, what is it, about 2 millimeters, a little over 2 millimeters of Y travel, because this does have to move forward, move the nozzle forward that little bit in Y. And you must use the MGN12 X setup. It is CW2 styled, so you have to have the extruder being held on with the screws from the front, not coming through the carriage from the back, like CW1. And the bed mount must be secure, and that's where the problem with switch wire comes in. So, and then you want everything to be in good mechanical condition. I had a little delays in my testing of TAP until recently because my purple Trident needed a rebuild. All the stuff I've put it through, I ended up rebuilding the whole gantry, and now I'm getting that 0.4 micrometer or ish accuracy on TAP. We expect front fell-off events to appear, yes. So over here, since this 2-page construction here, how does this work? With TAP, the entire tool head, including the extrusion, can move in the Z direction. It moves along an MGN9 rail, and that little short 50 millimeter rail is what it moves along. The tool head is held in place in normally printed operations on a pair of magnets, and we'll see those as well. During probe operations, the tool head lifts up slightly, and this activates the photo interrupted switch concealed in the mechanism, and that's what's highlighted here. There's an optical sensor. There's the front, which is a black, and the center, which is red here. Center attaches to the MGN12, and the front attaches to the 50 millimeter MGN9. Okay. We're going to cover normal, so this kind of shows where the whole thing moves up and down. Nozzle and probe all in one. There's some magnets in here. And then the important notes on this optical switch. This is critical, and I'm going to be using a optical switch today that is in development. So use 5 volts, not 24 volts, and this will be very dependent on the optical sensor you use. So if you're just gonna grab an optical sensor and wire it in, 5 volts, absolutely. There are some PCB board solutions that are 24 volt tolerant though. We're going to be using one of those 24 volt tolerant versions today. Which one is better? So PCB or the wired optical sensor, both work. Which one is better? They are both capable of the same accuracy. It's just the PCB makes it a little more convenient. That's what all of our stuff, right? You don't absolutely need a PCB to build a Voron. You don't need a custom PCB. You don't need these tool head boards. You don't need all of that. All of it can just be wired. But there's some convenience benefits to it. Make sure it's based on either the Optex 960N51 or the OPB 666N. I'm using the 666N in mine. And the board matches our dimensions here. This is if you purchase a pre-built PCB sensor. Will this work with standard LGX extruder? I believe so. Xenix. I think people are running those. There are lots of generic sensors out there. Buy one listed here that is known to work. This is not the place to save a couple bucks. So this is if you're going to just buy the optical sensor and hardwire it. There's a couple of solder joints you need to make, a component you need to put in. So follow this direction here. You want to solder, so there's a resistor you put in. So we no longer recommend the 990s. We use 991. Okay. So now there are some selections on what you're printing. If you look at the STLs, when you get access to the STLs, there's some things. You need these 4 parts for sure. So the front, the center, and the 2 magnet holders. And then you get to choose depending on what kind of sensor you're using, whether it's for a PCB or whether it's for wired. So I printed the PCB versions. Part numbers will change is what I'm hearing. So pay attention. Okay. There is a preliminary bill of materials, fasteners and stuff, and the general description of the hardware we're using. It's all standard, basic Voron parts list. There are some tools included. There is a cut guide if you want to cut your own MGN9 rail. Okay, let me get Charlie Cam off and let me let him out. This is the first time he's wanted out today. This is really late. Go. There is a cut guide for the MGN9 rail to cut it to 50 millimeters, and you want to be within a millimeter on either end of that. And then there's a assembly tool that works really well here. Because you'll see later, we have to take the carriage off the rail for assembly. So, and then you need your normal regular tools list. Now we talk about this MGN9 assembly tool, and I'll show you how to use it later. There's some print. So here's where it's talking about. Ends can be plus or minus 1 millimeter off from this drawing. This is what your MGN9 rail should look like. You don't want to accidentally cut this like across here and then the corresponding spot, because then you won't have 3 holes to line up properly. So, and make sure if you're cutting this yourself, you deburr it properly. Otherwise you can damage the balls, the bearings inside that carriage. And it is, yeah, MGN12, everything we're talking about is H, not C. And same with the MGN9, it's MGN9H, not C. So this is just using that guide. This is why this guide has indexing or pegs to make sure that you're getting 3 of the mounting holes. That's critical. If you don't have 3 and it's evenly spaced on that, centered on the rail, you're gonna have a bad time. Some built-in, modeled-in supports to make this work. I have not intentionally removed any of them, but one of them fell off earlier. We'll remove those. And then we got a bunch of heat sets to put in. So let's get started on that. We are going to start with the heat sets for this piece. So let's grab this is this piece. It has the modeled-in support that pops right off, leaves a nice clean surfaces there. And you'll see how this goes together and why that's important. This one fell off earlier on its own, but these are for belt management. The belts just tuck in here. They're not really important for them to be super strong. They just kind of help keep your belts out of the way. Yeah, the Bad Noob did a great job with these engridded supports. I've never had trouble with them. They've always come right off. And then there's one more here, and that is that comes off, and there we go. Now we want to make sure, pay extra attention that we don't have any extra bits of plastic to keep this, because this is where the MGN9 rail bolts to. It bolts through there, so we are going to throw all of this away. And then I already did a little bit of cleanup with the file on these you saw me do earlier. There are options here for X micro switch end stop or Hall effect magnet is all in here. I won't be using either. I'm going to use the XY end stop pod that's on the LDO kit, so I don't have to worry about those. So let's grab some heat sets, and we're going to follow the manual here. So we're going to put these in first. And you want, on many of these, you want to make sure that you are putting these heat sets in very straight and very flush. Or fully inserted, whatever. There's some that end up under flush. Happy with those. Let me let Charlie in already. Hello. Okay. 2. Did you fall asleep on your keyboard, Sanity? Okay, so those 2 are inserted. Let's see where we're at. We are going to insert all of these. Okay, so this is all of the heat sets. So we're gonna go and we're gonna follow this guide and put all of these in. Do you use your little metal pressy tool thingy for heat sets? Did I lose my little metal pressy tool thingy? No? This? Hey, Golden Jaguar, welcome. Okay, let's get the rest of these in. Go 4. Hey, Frank. Spool fell and watch between keys. Just be careful when cutting, they warm up a bit. Yes, when you're cutting those rails, they get very, very, very hot. There's a couple of heat sets that go in at an angle here, and these are really important to get exactly straight, because there's a screw that comes through a bunch of plastic from the other side, and if it's not lined up, you're gonna have a hard time. Charlie's being a butt and wants out already. Okay, go. The thing you use to press on oh, I do that sometimes. I've actually stopped doing that so much because maybe I'm just getting better at getting them in correctly the first right off without it. Where else? We have heat sets on the front of this. So these are the cool, Bad Noob's proud of these because these are what hold the stealth burner tool head on, and they're on this side of the part rather than the other side, so it's just a little stronger. You're not pulling on the heat set, you're pulling it through plastic, not away from plastic. Okay, that's all that one needs. We have the 2 magnet holders, have heat sets on the side of them. Just be careful you don't burn your fingers here. Make sure that that one is flush. You don't want it to stick out at all, otherwise things won't move smoothly. Use a piece of broken mirror. Well, what they're talking about is I have this little piece of brass that is just a brass jaws for my little desk vise. And I used to use this and press down on it. And it helps cool off the heat set and make sure that it's flush with the surface. And I've just kind of grown out of the habit of doing that. Okay, so that is that. That is those. Now we just have this, and it's just 2 more heat sets, and this is what the rails are gonna go in, so. There's a little conical hole there, and the heat set goes down in the bottom of it. Okay. Hey, Casimir. I press them against my wooden desk, yep. Hey, Johnny Boy Tech, I'm doing good. So those are all the heat sets in it. Now there is an additional, because of space constraints, we need a little hex nut here. So I am going to actually install that probably when I put the rail on, because I don't want to damage this side of the plastic here. So we will install that when we get to that point. Okay, so all heat sets done, and then this is that little hex nut that I was talking about. I bought a blank brass wax stamping tool for mine. That's probably a pretty good idea. I like that idea. Okay, let's move over here. Correctly, so this is highlighting correctly inserted heat sets. They need to go down into the bottom of these holes. And then we need to put some magnets in these magnet holders. So do you smell glue? Yes, you do. Specifically super glue, but could also use RTV silicone, just a drop. Despite our best efforts, the magnets can still come loose without it. So we're gonna put a little bit of super glue in those and insert a couple of magnets. Now, these magnets are kind of important to try to get in 52, right? Is that what we're looking for? They need to be strong enough to snap into place, and you'll see that snapping into place later in the build. These magnets I got off of Amazon seem to work okay. They are what I used. I've used in this build so far. I am gonna use my fancy Knipex pliers, parallel pliers, and I'm gonna let Charlie back in because he's being Charlie. We'll see how long it takes before he wants back out. Use a large screw to pull the nut and then change to the correct size. Yes, I will be doing that, but I don't want the screw head to press against this side of the plastic. So I'm gonna do that with the rail in place, a longer screw to pull it in, and then I'll switch to the proper size screw. So those, glue, and these pieces. So super glue here I think is gonna be fine because you're nowhere near anything hot. So I'm going to clean up the end of this a bit because it has got an accumulation of glue on it. There we go. Right, N52 is nice, N35 and above are required. Okay, I have no idea what these are. They just happen to seem to work okay. And I'm just gonna put a tiny drop of glue as it comes out in the bottom of the hole there, and that should be enough. Now these. Go one step out. Now I've got both magnets there. This is gonna help me figure out that I have the, the thing in the same spot. The orientation of these magnets don't matter. My own OCD, whatever you want to call it, says that I want them to be in the same orientation. So I just pull the one off and leave that one there, and then they'll both be in the same orientation. It doesn't matter. Let me say that again. It does not matter. These don't have to mate up to another magnet. Okay. And then, oh, I'm gonna have to tighten these back up again. Oops. I don't think the chamber isn't going to get hot enough to make a difference. Certainly on the not on the magnets, and probably not on the glue. These are 6 by 3 millimeter. Yeah. So those are installed. Put the glue away. And the friction on the plastic in here is going to be enough. The glue is just there so they don't work their way out over time. So those are there. Now let's go back to, I want to try to follow the instruction sequence instead of just how I would do it. How I would do it, I don't know if it matches. It might match. Green Ranger, White Ranger, what? That's a link to a little cat scratcher made with an old CPU. Oh, did you send me a Discord link or something? What size are those pliers? I bought the 3-plier set. These are the, I don't know. These are the 150s, yep. I have the 150s, the 180s, and the other ones I think are in the other garage, the next bigger size. Those were the 150s. 6 by 3 is the standard Voron magnet, yes. Okay, so this is installing those. You can just press them into your table. There was not a lot of force there. I just like using the tools that I bought. Okay, so now we're gonna assemble the front with some M3 by 20s. If you sent a link, are you kidding? It doesn't come through on, YouTube won't let it come through. Okay, so there are, if we look at this is what we're doing here. We're taking the front piece and the top piece, and we're gonna attach them, those angled bolts, and then the ones that index the tool head from the front. You have 125s, those are tiny. So first I'm gonna make sure that these go through here, and they do. I've had some where my print settings were a little too tight. Let's see how they do here. I'm gonna clean these up a little bit with my reamer because I don't want, I'm gonna go reamer and drill. I'm gonna just this is a reamer, not a drill, so it should still be a nice tight fit on the screw. But you don't want this to be threading into plastic and then not be indexed properly to that heat set in the top. So now this piece goes on here like that, and then these screws go up through here And definitely make sure you're not cross-threading these bolts, and that's why it's very important for these to have been inserted straight. And then these get snug, but not too many ugga-duggas. Maybe like 3/4 of an ugga-dugga. That was a 3mm reamer. Centene. That was a 3mm reamer. Now, I know that KB3D sells a set of reamers. I don't have their reamers, but they did send me the little holder they make for them. And they even made it a little custom. I don't know that of any other of the vendors who are selling a tool like that, so if there are others, I would search. Yeah, I got my reamer set off Amazon. Okay, then M3x16s from the front for these. And this is the indexing bolts that end up being the indexing bolts for the tool head. Oh, Charlie is trying to get up here, but the printers, there you go. How many DAC is an ugga-dugga? What's the conversion rate of a DAC to an ugga-dugga? I've never heard of a DAC. Yes? Here. You want over here? There you go. Let's see. Metric folk, one ugga-dugga is approximately 13.6 Newton meters of torque. Okay, so these go in until they're about 3mm off the piece. We can use the tool head here as a guide. And just tighten these down until they touch and then back a 1/4 turn or so. And then I can test that. So this one needs to be a little less, this one a little more. Hi, Charlie. There we go. Charlie wants the shoulder, I know. I just made that number 100% up, but it's almost exactly 10 foot-pounds, which is pretty reasonable value for an ugga-dugga. So if it's 10 foot-pounds, probably 1/3 of an ugga-dugga. Okay, did I get all of those? Yep, that's that. These are the leave approximately 2.5mm for the tool head to mate with them. I like to use the printed part to make sure it's correct. There we go. Well, so next, now we're gonna thread some screws into plastic and we're gonna put the sensor in place. Are you gonna let me do it, Charlie, or are you gonna jump up on my shoulders? Okay, screws into plastic. I need to get some screws to put into plastic. Does currently watching include Charlie? Charlie is a needy cat. He's a very needy cat. I mean... Where do I get this upgrade, or is it on the GitHub? It's not there yet. Give us about a week, Cody. Okay, you are gonna go back to your pillow because you just wanna sleep. There you go. Okay, Next things are these M3x6 flatheads cap screws. I like to use a non-ball driver to put these in, and these go into the front here. And these just thread into plastic, and you don't tighten them at all. You just to where they bottom out. Just like that. They don't get tightened. And this, 5 Canadian, shoulder cap, yes. Also, happy birthday, thank you. A little over 2 weeks away, but thank you. Okay, so that is from this step here. And then we have 1 or 2 M3x8s, depending on what board you have or whatever, and then M3x6s here. So let's do all of those. And it needs pouting again. So let's get some pouting Charlie. Oh, I am down to no more M3x6 button heads. I need to buy some. Orange tabbies are well known to be affectionate, also the most likely to take risks that involve death. Really interesting. Good thing he's an indoor only cat. Now, I'm hoping I have enough M3x6 button heads. I may have to raid my various unsorted screw piles because I'm down to 1 after this. So Charlie never chewed electrical cords, but his sister that we used to have would. That's not why we don't have her anymore, though. That, and what was the last one? Oh, the sensor. So I am using a 24 volt tolerant version of this sensor here. So, and that goes in here and gets a couple of M3x8s. Time to order. Yeah, I do need to. Or I need to look to see if I've already ordered them. I may have ordered them and they're sitting in a box. Not. Indoor only except to go to the restroom. Well, my litter box is here in the garage, unfortunately. So that goes there. So now there's this. The sensor has this little opening here, and this front part or back part or whatever we call this has a tab at the top, and that slides along the MGN9 rail like this and interrupts that sensor, and that's how this works. JSTPH, yeah, this is a JSTPH, just for size. Is a PCB for the optical sensor required or just nice to have? It's just nice to have. There is just a regular wired version you can do. It's not complicated. There's a resistor and that, but it's 5 volt only. If you do the wired, you have to be 5 volt. I have an outdoor tabby. He's 5+ years full time. Bit of a scaredy cat, but a fierce hunter. So, okay, back to the instructions, because I don't want to find myself not following them. So these screws thread into plastic. The holes here are designed at an angle. Go slow. Tighten only until they're fully in. Don't over tighten them, otherwise you'll strip, depending on your print settings. So these button heads here are these are what index the tool head. Because the print orientation on this didn't allow plastic to be sticking out to index, these work really well for that. So back here, we did that. Now we're gonna install the these little magnet holders. And the 2.1, there's modeled in indentations on the side. The 2.1 is on the left and the 1.1 is on the right. And then we use some M3x10 button heads to hold those in with washers and an M3 washer. So let me grab the things that I need. The things that I need. I am going to use stainless steel button head because apparently I'm out of M3x10s as well. But I will fix that later. I'm sure I have more around here, but. My tabby gets misgendered because people usually assume orange equals male. Yeah? Because Garfield, huh? Can I get the STL file from Thingiverse? No. This will be released. So Thingiverse in general is not a good repository for Voron parts. Their license is not compatible with GPL v3. So printables is fine. They have a GPL v3 option when you publish things to printables. Thingiverse we discourage. So just to bring that up. Okay, so those are the 2 dots. This is the left one. And 1 dot on that one is the right one. So these go in here, and the 2.1 is on the left, and then the heat set faces away from the side here. So that goes in there like that. And then the M3x10 with a washer goes in the side here. And we're not gonna actually tighten this yet because that'll end up moving later. So then same thing over here, it should just drop in. If that doesn't move freely in there when they're placed correctly, then you need to look and see why, because these should not have any friction. They should just drop in. And then I'm just gonna tighten those to not really tight, just touch so they don't wiggle around and stuff. So. Bill Brothers, for parts, check out Team FDM. I also do not recommend that. So there are some, they're not very attribution friendly. So. Hey DeWitt, hey Tim. Does the stainless screws make less chance of interference? Hey, while we're talking about, since you just said stainless, no, there's no chance of interference here. There's no issues there. However, let me highlight, these screws here, these are the ones, these have to be steel. These cannot be stainless. These have to be magnetic. So, these have to stick right here. Those have to be able to be attracted. The just some sort of steel that's magnetic needs to be here. So it's more, Chris, the attitude as well that's come from that. So yeah. Okay. I mean, yay, if they're fixing it, but now we're gonna attach the rail to, they need to be magnetic is the idea. You need a strong magnetic pull there. And you're, I mean, of the selection, of the material selections in screws, you're gonna want steel. Like whatever other, not stainless steel, not stainless. Does anyone know Filaments full manager options for mainsail? Oh, I don't know. You back, John? Or did you not leave? Is 100 and 400 stainless as magnetic as like a black oxide coated steel screw? I don't want to cloud. I wouldn't want to cloud the selection and tell people, okay, some stainless is okay. Don't, just avoid stainless. Hey, Palfest. Palfest? Nelson, 5 Canadians. What Sanity said, use the new Voron design mod site. mods.vorondesign.com. Here we are. Now we're going to put the rail there. Just for my own sake. Okay. So for my own sake, I am going to mark this as well. So this came with little clips on the end to keep it from falling off prematurely. So I'm taking those off. And then I'm going to take a marker. Let's take green, since I got green on the other parts of this printer. And I'm just going to mark just a little inconspicuous mark here and here. So I'm marking that as the top. So when I put this all back together, it's all in the same orientation. It comes off the rail the same way it was made. I don't know how important that is, but I'm going to do it. So now this can come off, and we want to just carefully remove the rail and then set this aside. Now this is going to bolt onto here, and this is where I need to insert this hex nut as well. I left the stream, didn't leave the house, came back on while ordering Thanksgiving dinner food. Oh, fun. What brand of rail is this? So this is an LDO rail. So this is part of the thing where I said before, where some of the parts I'm using here are not necessarily final. The optical sensor isn't necessarily final. This rail isn't final. I think it has a lighter preload than what are going to be available. So if we have any trouble with that, don't assume that we're going to have trouble later on, or that you will have trouble. So I think these rails need, I don't know how to define what preload, but light is probably too low. I don't know if it has to be medium, or it probably depends on who's making the rail too, how they define the load. So I'm gonna put a longer screw in here. I'm gonna take my, where did my, uh-oh. I don't know where my reamer went. Where did I put that? Because this screw didn't want to go right through there. How long? It's 50 millimeters. They said the preload is not too important due to the magnets. Okay, I'll go with the line. I would recommend a medium preload, or whatever preload is going to be a little heavier than normal. Okay, so longer screw here just to help pull this hex nut into place. So and make sure that goes in straight and down to flush, and then we can pull this out. Now that screw can't be a long screw. It can't extend past that hex nut, so it's a 6 millimeter. Oh, the reamer is still on the drill. Thank you. Thanks, Worth. I left it in the drill. Thanks, James. So the top one is going to be the shortest screw. So let me I'm gonna have to use, oh, I can use a steel one. That's my last 6 millimeter steel screw. So short screw on top. And I'm not gonna tighten that completely right now. I'm just assembling this. A bit off topic, are the 0.2 panels the same as the 0.1? There are some minor differences depending on how you're setting it up. No Loctite nylock for the rail. No, I don't think it's needed. Okay, so we have an M3x6 socket head cap screw. I'm using a button head because I don't have 6mm socket heads. It works. That's what I've always used. If you have 6mm socket heads, sure, but standard Voron bomb has button heads in it, and it'll be fine. M3x8 for the second one, and then M3x12, and we're using a heat set as a spacer. So if I grab a 12, and I'll show you how we do this. So 12 and 8. So if we go back here, we have a 12 and an 8. Now we're gonna grab a heat set, and the heat set has two sides to it. It has a tapered side, and then the side that's usually facing or top, right? Thick side and thin side. You want to thread this on with a thin side to the head of the bolt, and that's only because the bottom, you don't want the thin side to start compressing in the bottom of this hole. And that's that. So then this will go in here, and that just gives a little better. And this needs to be tightened, but it's really just a stop. It's the bottom stop for the whole setup. So that goes in there like that. Hard K has melted those hex nuts into the holes before, seemed to work well. I just pressed them in, yeah. I just pulled it in, and then the M3x8 is in the middle. And all of this should kind of naturally, and I'm gonna loosen all this and make sure that we are getting the rail. There shouldn't be much ability to play, but. And then nice and probably a full ugga-dugga here. Nice and tight. Hi, Zombie Hedgehog. I have hundreds of the wrong shoulderless heat sets. Maybe I can finally use one. There we go. So back to the instructions. And then we are going to, this heat set is used as a standoff, threaded on the M12 as shown before, using the M12 to, it's M3x12. We probably should, and that's probably a correction that's been made, but this should be M3x12. We're using the M3x12 to secure the rail to the center. When tightened, the M3x12 head will still be above the rail surface and acts as a carriage stop. I think this mostly self-centers when you tighten that. Just make sure it does. And then there's a little picture here. So there are 3 M3x6 button head, or 4 M3x6 button heads that end up attaching this to the X carriage. Oh, you fixed that already? Awesome. Now, oh, let's go back here. Okay, now we get to belt it up. So let's go through belting it up. I fixed the M12 to M3x12. Awesome, thank you. M12 would be a tight fit, a bit. So let's clean off my bench here and get the, keep these handy. Bad noob will be sad noob. Then I'm gonna set this over here. Just make some room. Female tabby wouldn't approve it either. I've been bad noob for a few decades now. I don't know if I can get better. Okay, here comes the printer. Stuff out of the way there. There we go. Here comes the printer. Let's get this thing. I'll Let's loosen tension on the belts. This is out of the way. Let's just pull this all apart. Bad noob is the best noob. Yes. The magnets are the return springs. They kind of hold it in place, yeah. The weight of the tool head and the magnets. So theoretically, I should have enough belt here. We'll be testing that. I hope so. If we don't have enough belt here, I'm gonna be in trouble. So these are gonna come off of here and just make sure this is clean. And this, here, let's see if I can get, can we get any better view doing this? Yeah, I think so. Magnets are better than springs. Probably, yes. Well, it's tested for this, for sure. Gravity is your friend here. On many of the things we do, gravity is our friend. Okay, so on the back here are the little features that the teeth on the belt index into. And we're going to push this through here. I'm going to put it through on both, however much. And then the other side, I'm gonna have to, the belt is kind of formed from the previous install, but this should go through here. And yeah, I'm gonna have plenty of belt here, it looks like. $500 viewers? Wow. So this comes up through there, and then this is going to bolt on there. Now I'm gonna very loosely bolt that in, and then I'm gonna tighten all that. So now I need to use stainless steel bolts here, screws here, even though I'd prefer to use my steel ones, but that'll be fine. It's because I'm out. I didn't know I was that low. If there's enough belt press like. You can work on X-Rail without disassembling the tool head to release belts. So this is gonna go through here. No washers on this side. That's just barely tightened into there. Just a couple of threads. Still not over, oh, we're over. Brian, I'm pretty sure we're, unless we had an Exodus. Oh, we're way over 6,000. We were 6,022. Wow. When you mount this, should you loosen your tensioners before? I did loosen the tensioners. Did you see that? I did it. Just barely tightening these, and then I'll tweak things as I need to pull the belts into place. There, so those are all just barely in. Will your OCD allow mismatched screws? Not for permanent. Pay attention here, folks. This is the coolest belt tension I've ever played with. Yeah, this, so we're gonna end up with about even amounts of belt on each side, but you can just kind of pull these through evenly on each side. And I think I'm gonna go right there, and I'm gonna, based on where I think it needs to be, let's go right there. And I'm just gonna tighten this side just a little more, just enough to keep those in place. And then this side, I can pull these through to where they're, and I have, all my belts were cut the same length. So right about there is probably a good spot. And then we'll tension up the idlers and see where we end up. So all of this gets tight. And it should compress completely to the rail. There shouldn't be any extra wiggle here. Now, before I actually finish these belts, I'm going to retension my idlers and make sure I can get enough tension in the range that's here. Hey, Patrick. Thanks for all the hard work and fun you inspire. Awesome. You can release belt tensions if you cut your belts flush previously. So I had released all the tension on the idlers, and yeah, I have plenty of space. I can get this tight. So if I bring this forward, this side needs a little more. Let's equalize it. A little more. Why is that? And there it is. Okay. Now, since I had already tightened these are good. Just making sure. Do you tension belts by feel? Yes. Yes. Don't want them guitar string tight, but so now the belt management here, there's an extra little slot on the sides. You can see it better over here. This goes back through here and pushes back through there, just like that. Gets it nice and out of the way. How many fractional ugga-duggas for belts? That's hard to tell because I'm not really measuring anything on the tensioners. It's so much by feel. And then remember those little supported pieces on the next piece. That's where these belts are gonna loop into to keep them out of the way. So that goes there. That goes there. I like that. And then these will get pulled forward. And it looks like I'm probably a tooth off. That's why I'm much tighter on this side than the other side. Looks like I'm probably a tooth off on this one as far as belt lengths. But that's okay. Yep, equally tight and no racking. So. So many revisions, I'd get one thing right. Okay, let's go back to the manual. So we've done this. Thread the belts into the center. Make sure to adjustment screws on the front idlers are slack. Pull the belts taut. Secure center with 4 and 3x6s. And then we're going to slide this carriage, and we're going to use that tool we saw before. So let's go here. Let me grab the tool. What are we showing here? We want this one. So this is that little tool, and this tool goes in here, and then it's open in the center just so you can flex it into place, so you don't have to risk pushing any of the bearings out, pushing it in from the side. Now I marked that side, so this is going to go down like this, and this is just going to go on here now. So I want to be able to get a good look at this. This just goes right here. And I'm gonna push down on the top. You can't really see, maybe you can see it from this view briefly. I'm pushing down on it from the top to make sure that doesn't slide out, and I'm not putting a lot of pressure. And then I'm just gonna figure out where this goes. And that should Go straight down like that. And I'm sorry, my hand was completely in the way there, but that is going to give, and it doesn't need more than that much movement in order to trigger. So it's going to stay on that rail, just like that. That little tool is handy. Okay, back to the manual. Oop. Install the front. So we are going to, don't forget these washers. Without them, there's possibly the carriage won't be tight. Make sure they are secure. One of the testers printed it standard because the STL had wrong orientation, standing. Oh, guess you need to rerun input shaper after this mod. Absolutely. You're gonna want to rerun input shaper anytime you change your belt tension. So, is there an X end stop mount on the carriage? Yes, it's right behind here. And there's also the spot for the Hall effect sensor magnet if you use that. Okay, we're going to grab 3 more button head screws, or 4 more. I don't know why I keep saying 3. And 4 washers. Does have the balls on the left since the end stop is on the right side. I don't know. I don't know. Doesn't matter if anyone knows how many millimeters it moves up. It's a millimeter or 2. Okay, so this is gonna go, and make sure I didn't miss anything. It's gonna go on there like that. And where's my, it's here. That's right there. Did that screw on bed fall out? Oh, that's one of my cable chain screws. That's one of the cable chain screws. It's been there. In fact, I got another one right there. There's the other one. Is the face of the carriage perpendicular to the bed? It should be. Have you found it not to be? Rick? With all the PCB on the toolhead, why not add the accelerometer to one of them? Some of them do have accelerometers built in. The SB2040 does. And then we're just making sure these are nice and tight. Okay, and see that? That is, it won't move even that much under operation. Can the tool head fall off? It can. If you have a catastrophic failure, this will break forward. This is Polymaker Grey ABS Zombie Hedgehog that matches the rest of the printer when I built it. The green is KVP Lulzbot Green. So this is secured now. This won't fall, this won't slide off the rail. There's a stop, there's a plastic stop for the up direction, and then that longer screw in the rail is a stop in the down direction, as well as the whole thing here. Front fell off events were logged and documented. Yep. It's a pretty catastrophic and a lot has to go wrong for it to break, for the front to fall off. Now these belts then tuck into these. And now my belts might be too short to properly tuck into them. If they're too short to properly tuck in, I suspect that they're probably too short to really cause any problems otherwise. And I guess they're not too short. That'll be fine. Let's see. That still moves. That still moves fine. There. Yeah, it's a fuse, exactly. Okay. We've got that, we've got that. Let's go back to the instructions. We've looped the excess belt over. Now we get to install the extruder. Extruder goes on just like normal. Does that tuck just serve as belt management? It's just belt management. Just belt management to keep them from getting caught up in the XY joint idlers. Is there a trick to replying to someone in YouTube chat on mobile? You have to type the full name, I believe, Mike. Anything pressing down, or there are magnets that help hold it down once we get to that point in adjusting those. But otherwise it's gravity and the magnets. Okay, so that is there. And then release the magnets. Oh, we got to do the rest of the tool head first, huh? Is that what this over here said? Okay, so we can put the rest of the tool head on here. So we're gonna lift our lid here, put this, that goes in there. Hold on, I've got a little bit of boogers in my print. I wanna clean up that I just saw. That will go there. Buddha, member for 5 months. Gravity and the Magnets, just a band name. Thank you for being a member for 5 months. Wait, are you supposed to bolt the extruder to the carriage? I was under the impression that the front cover is the only thing that bolts. No, the extruder gets bolted to the carriage here with the M3 It's just like any other Clockwork 2 setup or any other Stealth Burner toolhead setup. And then this cover, making sure that we line up those, making sure that we line up the connector. That all goes on there. And let's go here. Making sure that 8-pin connector was lined up. All of this can kind of bend over like that. And then the 50mm screws. This is the first time going through this tool head, so there's some features in there that kind of break away, and I think that's why this is a little tough. Oh, and my battery's dead on the ES15 now. Did you install the cable for the optical switch PCB? Not yet. We can still reach it. We're getting the rest of this. We're following the instructions. Almost there. There we go. Okay, and then the whole thing goes up and down. Now it's not sitting on those magnets yet. Let's find, there's a spot in the instructions that tells us about that, right? Yeah, right here. So release the magnets. Release the magnets. With the tool head assembled, loosen the two magnet alignment screws, one on each side. The magnets will pull themselves into alignment with the flathead cap screw. Give the tool head a little shake, then tighten these down. With these magnets aligned and tight, you should be able to just push up on the entire tool head and it will move 1 to 2 millimeters. If you're using the PCB sensor, the red light should come on, indicating it's triggered. The light should go off when you release the tool head. And it's actually backwards from that. It stays on all the time and turns off when you trigger it. Okay, maybe I want this camera back. Good question from Kyle. If your printed hot end mount has clearances for carriage screws. Oh, so there, depending on when you printed the Stealth Burner tool head board, it may or may not have extra clearance in the back. That was added quite a while ago for these screw heads. They can get in the way on some. So you may, and you can take an X-Acto knife or whatever and create the clearance you need. But check the watching count. Where are we at? 550, holy moly. Oh, sorry, that'll have to change what? Oh, the light probably. Okay, so let's see if I can get in here and give a look here. Let me see if I can come in from behind. As soon as I loosen this, if the magnet's strong enough. There. So, see that? You hear that? You probably didn't hear it, but it snapped into place. So loosen that, let it snap into place, and you're not gonna see both sides, because that's just gonna be a pain. Both sides have snapped into place. Let me do this around here. Make sure this is good, and then carefully, slowly tighten that down. And it's not very tight. That washer will keep things in place. And then we do the same to the other side. And now, that is good. That is good. That's better than the previous version I installed with this rail. So that's a good thing. If we hit 600, will you give away the printer? I am gun shy of shipping a printer, so. If we hit 600 without a giveaway, that's pretty impressive. Okay, TAP is assembled and installed. Now I've got to get this tool head board all wired up, and then we can get it started up. So I need to go through and do some wire management here. So maybe this will be the view. Sure. Yeah, I'm backwards. Give away a tap kit? I don't have a tap kit. Can't imagine why I'd be worried about shipping printers. Yeah. Can we engage Bruce's sock puck bit? Let me give Big Papa Joey P a call and see if he can do us a favor, huh? Okay. I have, so this connector up here is the probe. So I need to make a wire that goes from there to there. And I also need to figure out where, so let's move this way. And that is the hot end. Okay, screwdriver. Think you forgot the tube. What tube? Oh, well, no, I didn't forget the tube. Well, did I forget it? Did it come out at some point? Are you talking about the PTFE tube for the? Now you make me want to check. Are you talking about for the hot end? The tube going into the tool head? Did I forget that? The focus is terrible. We'll try some other angle. Focusing on the chain. Yeah, we'll try it. We'll maybe just do this, or maybe put the camera over here. I don't have a lot of depth here is the problem. The tube is there? Okay, I won't take it apart to double check. Maybe we can go from here then. Is that better? This is the LDO version of the Hard K toolhead board, and this is their stealth burner one. It's not released yet. You're getting a sneak peek here. Jason gave me permission to install this on camera today. So you're getting a special sneak peek. I gotta see if I can get this. Lots of little fiddly. Have you checked out the LDO Pico Bilical for V0? I do, I have one installed. It is really nice. I can't actually see where I'm supposed to go with this. This is a problem. I can't tell if it's loosened enough. Let me try this. They're just fingers. Okay. I am having a hard time with that. Let's try. Is there anything else on here? No. Let's try something here. Make sure there's nothing underneath. What do we got? Hey, Tadej from Slovenia. Welcome. The moving hand stream. Yeah, sorry about that. Let's see if I can get an eye on it this way. And this is going to be nearly impossible to get a good angle here. Yeah, this is. I can't see. Let's pull all these out. I might as well just do that. Aha! Now where'd my screwdriver go? I got one. And tight. Then I can loop that back up in there. Get it out of the way. Wow. That'd be frustrating. You can put a camera on top of the printer facing down, but the door's in the way. It's a good idea. Can't even. There we go. What do we got here? Bearded Butcher. Bearded Bucket. Thank you for becoming a member. I have my 5x magnification glasses on, so it's very hard to read the screen. There. And then thermistor, so that goes there. Take this around. Thermistor plugs in. Now all of that is out of the way. Now we can get on to the other stuff. That was a lot harder than it needed to be. Just bad angles. We're back on its top. I don't know if anybody noticed, I put the Open Builds gray slot covers or inserts in here. I like them. It matches pretty well. Hair count on head or hand. Which has more? What filament did you use? Polymaker Grey and KVP Lulzbot Green. Both ABS. We're upside down, not backwards. Okay, so now we're gonna make a couple of changes. I have 5 volts and signal for the stealth burner LEDs here. There's an extra connector on this board. Now we can probably see it. I can get an angle at that. So there is an extra connector, a 2-pin connector down here that is 5 volts and LED signal. So we're gonna grab those from this extra harness I had put, and we're just gonna abandon the ground. I will fold it back into the chains for now. I'm not gonna pull it all the way through, but we won't need that ground on that. I think we should mention that Dragon and Rapido will need to have mounting adjustments made so there's no interference. Oh, no interference? This is a Dragon right here. Was there interference that I didn't notice? Would save us a lot of tickets, hopefully. This is a Dragon. This is a 300 millimeter V2. So, okay, so let's go through and depin this and turn it into a 2-pin connector. Maybe we still use this camera? Yeah. Got 2 of them out. That is the ground that I'm not going to actually need, so instead of fighting with it, gonna just cut it a little off and I'll pull that out later. So small compared to Voron switch wire? What? Dragon should be okay. Rapido may have something. Okay. What happened to the LDO tri-bent? It's in my garage. It's in my other garage. I haven't gotten to it yet. It still needs to be rebuilt, yep. Wouldn't it be a good idea to have a mini MCU toolhead board that connects via USB? You would just need the USB cable and 24-volt wires. USB through chains could be okay, but you could do USB or CAN. But you don't want to send a regular USB cable through chains. You'd have to do something else. So no more stealth burner LEDs on this printer? Oh no, stealth burner LEDs will work. I just didn't need the ground signal. I just need signal and voltage because that's part of this new toolhead PCB right here. There's an extra connector down here that's just LED signal and 5 volts. And that's where I'm gonna only use these two. And then this wire, I'm just gonna move out of the way for now. No, the signal wire is here. It'll be fine. It'll work. Trust me. Voron tap is nozzle is end stop and probe. Correct. I'm talking about the overall footprint of the printer. 300mm V2 looks smaller than a switch wire. It's wider, but it might be about the same depth. Okay, let me move these little heat shrink indicators I have on here back because we're gonna need to snip these pins off and recrimp it. So let me get my couple of microfit. Actually, I have some in the kit, right? Yeah, I have a couple of microfits that came with it, along with a connector. And is it genuine microfit? It is not. It'd be nice if it was. Jeremy, $5. Steve, thanks for the fun install today. Thank you. Oh, how did Maker? I saw the thumbnail for that. I didn't have a chance to hop in and see what was going on, but how did that fare? Did he get it back up and running okay? Yeah, let's just go here. We were at 550 or 560 something a bit ago. Where'd the, oh, they're there. Okay, let's try the engineers again. Let's do the engineers for microfit. 3-hour estimate. We're at 3 hours right now, yeah. And we're almost at the point of powering it on. So microfit in the 1.4. There we are. There's that. And the 5-volt one. So no complaints on the larger sizes. It's just that 1mm, that 1mm spot I'm not a fan of. These are all working nicely though. Umbilical mod would work, just thought about it and seemed a good idea. It'd be like a CAN board, but way simpler to set up. Yeah, could be. Okay, I've got 2 of these toolhead boards. Just so I don't have to show you the back of my head again, I'm gonna check the pin out using this other board. so I don't have to get in there and look too close. 5 volts on the bottom. This plugs in like this. 5 volts to the bottom one. Signal to the top one. And there we go. Okay. Before I go any further, let's get the optical sensor wire in here. So this is going to plug in. Let's just move this out of the way. LDO is not the only vendor for TAP. No, absolutely not. There is no expectation that anything is LDO exclusive or any vendor exclusive. That's not a singling out LDO. That's not singling out anybody. The idea is that things are not vendor exclusive. So I'm going to put that in like that. Let's see. Is there anything more here? If you want to give a TAP kit away, it'll be from DFH and shipping timing based on I'm Dustin, thank you. I very much appreciate that. I'm not set up to do it. Maybe on a future stream. I'm huge thanks, but I'm not in this stream. Very much appreciated. But I mean, this is a preview. This is pre-release. Maybe once it's released, we can talk about something for sure. Okay, I'm gauging how much wire I need here. So I'm gonna cut this probably about there. And that gives me plenty to connect. So cut that and then strip and crimp and be almost there. That much closer. Is this oh, this is regular JST as well. Oh, this is regular JST. I just pulled a regular JST off. Let's see where we're at. Yeah, huge thanks there. I'm not set up to, and I've done so few, it would take away from the stream, and it's not worth it to me to take away from the stream. Any tips on getting a good looking print of the Stealth Burner front? I used to have problems with print quality on the Stealth Burner front. There's 2 settings. It depends on what slicer you're using, but I use Prusa Slicer. And there's 2 settings: ensure vertical wall thickness and something else that I had turned off. And as soon as I turned those on, I got much more consistent sides, the side print quality on Stealth Burner. I don't know. They're on the layers and perimeters page. It's a couple of checkboxes in there. Hey, Nericu, welcome. Rudolfo Ugolini, 50, what's R? Thanks for the TAP Premier build class. Greetings from Brazil. Oh, it's from Brazil. Thank you. Appreciate that. Learning so much from the streams. Thanks. I'm also in the Sac area. Oh, hi, Mike. What part? Yes, definitely. Rip fries. What part of Sacramento are you in? And thank you. Yeah, no more clicky for this. We're going to remove the clicky stuff. Hi, Takuya. Okay, let's get this. This is regular. I'm running around. That's just awesome. Just JST XH, not PH. So I'm going to grab this and some terminals. Thoughts on self-sourcing versus the kits, as far as a full printer build or TAP? Because TAP doesn't have a whole lot of parts. It's not a big deal to self-source. The that rail is going to be available at many places. Rockland, okay. You're about half an hour from here, 35 minutes from here. I'm in West Sacramento. Okay, this is, once again, coming back to the, oh, I can go this way. Red, yellow, okay, perfect. Perfect, right here, and here. Oh, come on. I almost feel like this crimper needs broken in because things aren't sliding along it. Usually when you're trying to crimp these insulation side, you'll kind of get to a center part and it will slide past, but it's catching everywhere and it's frustrating the hell out of me. So let's switch. See that immediately just slid past that. Maybe it just needs broken in. See, all those just kind of snipped right into place. Okay, I have, there we go. I gotta catch up on chat here in a second. I'm gonna grab this connector. Oh, I could do. Oh, what happened? There we go. There we go. Red, yellow, black. Okay, so then this comes like this, plugs in right like that. Okay, let me catch up on chat. I know I missed. I'm doing crimps the hard way. I'm doing the crimps the way I do them. Hybrids in San Diego. I have extended family in San Diego. Hi, David, thank you. Is TAP available for V0.2? No, TAP is not available for V0.2 and it's not expected to be. Can you share any opinion on Boop? So we just talked about TAP for V0.2. I haven't built a Boop. So Boop would be your smaller form factor. Steve, you're doing a crimps the hard way. And I already read that. I'm trying to catch up, sorry. Boop is not currently V0 compatible for the ant farm printers, for Micron and Solid Fork, right? Michaels and Modesto, that's not too far. Well, if that is frustrating, why do you even bother with it? Today's the first day I've really used those PA09s. So I was not expecting to be frustrated with those for how much they're hyped. I'm soured on them, really. From today's experience, I'm soured on the PA09s. Maybe they're not genuine. I don't know. Maybe I got a Monday set or a Friday set or whatever. Would you put TAP on a new build? I'm adding another, sure. If you're an experienced builder and you're comfortable with it, go for it. Okay, what else do I have? I need to get this buttoned up and we've got There is a chamber thermistor, but I'm not using it yet. I can plug that in now though. I think everything's done. So let's just plug this in and get it back together. So that's gonna plug in there. That's gonna plug in there. This I'm just gonna send back into the cable chain to get it out of the way. And then the rest of it, where did my two, there we go. Got anyone local with known good PA09? Oh, that's, I don't know. Near a Q, do you use PA09s? Do you have good luck with them? Okay, that's on there. That's in there. That's plugged in, that's plugged in. LEDs are plugged in. Let's get some zip ties. We're at the zip tie point. Zip ties, where did I put them? Over here. We are on zip ties. That's a good call trying to compare them. PA09 doesn't work well with JST-XX. Well, I was just trying them with microfits and it didn't work well. The engineers have a learning curve, but do they really have a learning curve when you're comparing these two? When I'm used to using these, which are the same form factor. They're the same form factor. Okay, let's make sure. I think this is all falling into place. So let's just get a zip tie on here. There we go. Just move that in, and then this can close. Get the feel in there great. They're the same, it should be the same feel. It should be the same feel. Can you please summarize what TAP does? I think it has something to do with better bed leveling, right? Well, it's a nozzle probe. So see, I'm pushing on the nozzle itself, and this is where you get your bed probing directly at the nozzle. TAP is not compatible with switch wire because of the single center linear rail or because of Prusa Y carriage. It's because of the flex in the bed setup on switch wire. It doesn't affect you when you're printing because you never push down. But when you've got 600 grams of force pushing down in a corner, it flexes too much. Okay, I think we're ready to turn this on and hope for no smoke. Shouldn't be anything else to have to do, and this should just work. I mean, we'll have to do some configuration, but as far as powering the printer on, let's power it on. Where are we at? Back up to 550. That's nuts. Okay, we ready? Everybody looking out for smoke? Especially in the toolhead area. Thinking about that, if you print a big print, doesn't that exert more forces than that? Well, you'd have to have 600 grams in that corner of the bed, in that spot, for it to be a problem, right? Okay, let's see if we can get a view here. All we're looking for, you see that red light? Let's see if it turns off. There we go. So, triggered. Well, triggered, not triggered. So it is working. Hey, Org from Germany. What do we got? We've got error. All fans are on and nothing's coming up on the screen. We've got something not happy. So, but LED's on. Hot end fan is running. Let's find out what's going on. Will a double rail setup help with stability? Probably. I have an 8mm aluminum bed slinger. Would that work? Only if it's stable enough. I mean, that's all it is if it doesn't flex when you put 600 grams of force down on the corner. Oh, I should remove that clicky setup. Yeah, get that. Just make sure it's out of the way. There we go. Okay, let's see what is going on. We are in an error state of some sort for some reason. Why? B2 blue. I got the thermistor plugged in. ADC out of range, yeah. So let's see what's going on. It shouldn't have changed. Let's make sure I plugged it into the correct port. That should be TH0, it is. I didn't have anything else plugged in. Thermistor didn't fail, did it? Huh. Now you can't switch the thermistor in here. This wire right here, this one is the thermistor. What is going on? It's the same. Heater temperature exceeds. I didn't change any of that. These are all the same parts. I didn't change anything. I removed the ground only for the neopixels. No, it has the same pin out. It has the same pin out. Let's shut this down. It's an LDO board. I did plug the thermistor in, yep. It's the PA09's fault, that's right. Yeah, I'm gonna test it with a multimeter right now. This is the thermistor. Let me grab a couple of test leads. grab a couple of test leads just to make it easier, or jumper wire thingies, just to make it easier to test. So that there. This is a PT1000, I believe. See if we get any kind of reading. So. Yeah, 1 k ohm, 1092, 1.092 k ohms. I'm getting a reading. This is the same hot end I pulled off. Hey, Sanity. Yeah, it turns on until Clipper detects the error state. Let's check this. Let's check this toolhead board. I'm gonna guess that both of these are the same. I'm going to do some continuity tests for which pin should be what. Trying to switch to rat rig. Thermistor okay, as it was possible to see the temperatures. Oh, maybe it's not this thermistor. I didn't have any other oh, okay. The old toolhead had a thermistor built in. Got it. Thanks for putting me on track. The old toolhead had a thermistor built in. We can fix this real quick. We can fix this quick. I bet you this is all we need. I've got a thermistor. Where does that plug in? Plugs into the middle one. I bet you that will do it. And we're just gonna send that up out there. The old board had a thermistor built in. This one does not. It has a port for a thermistor, but they sent me a little cartridge thermistor that I'm just shoving back here into the cable chain for right now. I bet you it works now. It was a chamber temp, but it's because the old one had the chamber temp. This board has a chamber temp thermistor built in. Where is that thing? Yep. Yeah, it's right under there. It's labeled CT. Did I turn this thing on? I turned it on. Oh, there we go. So now we're still getting an error, but let's go to the machine and printer config, and let's see what the setup is. If we plan to use the previous version of the LDO toolhead board, is the tap cable still an easy thing to plug in? Yes. Well, pay very attention to what the voltages for your optical sensor are. So it's probably not the same kind. What I'm going to do right now is disable the chamber thermistor, because it's not relevant to what we're doing today. I just need to find where it is in the case light, thermistor, chamber temp. It is probably not the same. We are just going to comment that out. Save and restart. Let's get this functioning and then we'll change all the other stuff, but that's a good reminder, Sanity. Let's get this functioning. There we go. It's probably not defined correctly, and now we are good. We are functional. I just disabled the chamber thermistor. El Vitro, what will this do to the bed in the long term? And we're going to make some kind of mark. It can make a mark on PEI. It doesn't tend to make a mark on textured PDI, at least nothing you can ever see. So we're good. We're functional now. I just don't have chamber temperature. That's fine. We'll just move on. So there are several things I need to change here. So let's start with the non-tap stuff, just to make sure I can use the printer. And that would be, I changed to Clockwork 2. So if we go to the printer config and go down to extruder, I should just need to change. So we find the extruder settings here. So instead of 50 to 17, it's 50 to 10. And then our current is the more important thing to change. Run current is 0.5. I'm gonna set this to 0.4 to start. It is the 20 millimeter stepper. So. Natanel, yeah, like they're saying, control and / will bulk comment or uncomment stuff. So that change right there, see, I'm using a PT1000 on here. Nothing else needs to change. It's still that. Yeah, everything else should be okay. Yeah, I start low, Zombie Hedgehog. I don't want to overheat those. And I haven't had any trouble with, I have some that I run at 0.475. I usually do some extrusion testing to see where it stopped skipping and then run it. And then if I have any trouble, I adjust from there. Is there any documentation yet in here on configuring how to get help? No, I think here, this is hardware assembly. So now we're going to configure this. So I used to use clicky, so I'm going to disable all the clicky stuff. I know there's setups to still use clicky. I'm just going to remove it all. So let's go to here, and I'm just going to go into my printer config and start and just remove the clicky probe. I'm just going to comment it out for now. I have no, oh, okay. Gantry exercises, I think a test we were doing for just moving the tool head around. Fair enough, ambient temps are higher too. Okay. I forgot to change amps on mine and it got fried. Yeah, I've got a printed piece around here from when I ran one of the 17 millimeter steppers at 0.6 amps and it got melty. So remove the clicky stuff by just commenting that out. Now we need to set the Z end stop. So stepper Z, we need to go down here to our first stepper Z, and end stop pin, we need to change this to virtual end stop. And I'm gonna grab the config from another printer. I'm gonna just grab bits and pieces from the other printer. All this will be published, but since it's not published yet, I'm just gonna grab things from my existing printer. So if I go to machine, and this one has a little different setup I use here. Let's go down to stepper Z, and this here, end stop pin, probe Z virtual end stop. So that's our first change, is to change our end stop pin for Z. And I'm going to, just because, I'm just going to comment, oops, whoa, what happened? Comment this out, and my laptop here is not my computer, and paste that end stop pin, probe Z virtual end stop. Now we will see if your printer has problems or not. Now remember, this printer my friend had for months and months and months and put several hundred hours of print time on it. So that's my out. Okay, end stop pin is changed. If we go down to probe, we're gonna make some changes there. Gotta find the probe section. Here's probe. So our X offset is 0 and our Y offset is now 0. And our Z offset, I don't know if that matters or changes. Now our probing speed needs to be slow to get good results. On my other printer, I use 3. But I also do a retract at a faster speed than that, so it doesn't take quite as long. Let me find the probe setup and what that exact lift speed. So if we change the lift speed, I lift a little faster than probing. So let's add that in. It does sound like excuses. I just did this on my first build. Can you show up close how you're doing strain relief? For where? There's tabs. This is an LDO kit, so it has little tabs on the end of the chains to zip tie to. Make sure your cables are going through the center line of the chain bend. So you pull it tight, push it all the way in, and then zip tie it at the middle point is what I do. That is that. And then we have a little G-code macro, a little thing that helps make sure that the hot end isn't hotter than a certain temperature when you're probing, because you don't want to probe it full print temp. So I'm going to grab that. It says activate G-code in the probe. While you're probing, it's going to activate this G-code. So we're going to grab this. And this is courtesy of, I think, KiloCubit did this. And you can set your probe temp, and it will, extruder temperature target is too high, lowering to your probe temp, just to make sure that you're not probing too hot. So I'm gonna copy this, and all this is gonna be available. I'm just grabbing it from my existing setup. So this activated G-code can go right here. I don't need RRI. What's RRI? We'll do a probe accuracy on here, but these do take a little bit. You want to run through 100 or whatever checks before it starts stabilizing. On my Trident, I'm getting 0.000, well, I'm getting the 0.4 microns. In between 0.2, I've seen 0.2 to 0.7. Relative reference index. Oh, right. So the relative reference index is no longer useful because you're direct probing. That was on the mesh. That's in the mesh section. So we can get rid of this. Anything else I need to change here? Other printer emits Z offset entirely. Okay. Am I missing anything else that I need to change, that I need to fix on this? Oh, I need to do my Z-safe homing, my my homing location. So I'm gonna, again, grab that from my other config here. they're both 300, so I should just be able to grab the whole thing. Where is the... What do you guys think is the best brand supplier for NEMAs? There are several good ones. OMC, Stepper Online, LDO, Moons. Where is the... Oh, I know why. It's not in that. It's in... I split it out on here. I was playing around with stuff. I'm not really thrilled with it. I'd like to do it a little different. But my homing override, here we are. I'm gonna grab this as my homing override. Oops. Just grab all of this. And then there should be in here a section that might be commented out now for homing override because of the clicky. Yeah, safe Z home here is what I had before. We're just going to put the homing override here, and I think all of this is okay. Hey, Max. We are at the tail end of this. So I think that's everything I need. Let me go through chat, see if anybody caught something I'm missing. Where do I go in the comments and Clipper change it to tap dancing? E3D, I've used E3D motors, they're fine. Yep. They're made by Motec, is that right? I have a bunch. Nope, that's LDO. Yeah, Motec. Are the files for TAP online? Not yet. I think I got rid of all the clicky leftovers by commenting out the main include clicky. So, did I forget the tube? What tube? What tube? Think you missed a line in the G28 code? G28 code? Oh, in the homing override? Let's see. Where did that go? Where did I end up putting that? Homing override. Oh, yeah, but it was commented out. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. It is homing to center. I'm procrastinating on reseating my toilet. You can procrastinate with us here, Max. Am I a little bit nervous? Absolutely not. So I'm going to save and restart this. Make sure I don't get any errors. Make sure I didn't screw something up. Option Z offset in section probe must be defined, and I had commented that out, so let's turn it off. Let's go down to probe. Do you have QGL reinstated? I recall having to switch to clicky Z tilt on my Trident. I think QGL is still, let's find out. That's a good point. But let's go probe first. Probe, let's turn Z offset back on. And then QGL, let's check make sure we didn't change. So what we're doing is undoing some of the things we did with clicky. So that's why this is taking a little more. Would reseating a toilet be considered advanced placement? Where is the QGL stuff? Homing override, safe Z home, quad gantry level. Oh, it does turn. It does? No, that's it right there. That's that. Yeah, all this stuff is here, so I think we're okay. The orange fluff ball is sleeping, but this got shifted, so let's go that way. Okay, save and restart. I noticed that the Bowden setups for Afterburner were never updated. Oh, yeah. Okay, this is up and running. Here in the end stops, I want to query the end stops. Make sure everything's still working. Let's go through. You can barely see it on screen, so that's good. I'm just gonna do the basic, let's make sure X and Y still work. So we're gonna query those, and they're both triggered, that's good. Now, I'm gonna lift up on the tool head and query, and they are triggered. So we are functional. So let's do it. Maybe just go here and like this, and let's just do a home. Are we ready? First tap home. Here we go, cross our fingers. Awesome. So let's do a QGL. Let's see what our adjustment is here. It adjusted 2.1 millimeters in that round. How far is it moving? Like a millimeter? That adjusted 0.097 millimeters. Needs to go faster. Yeah, I could make it go faster. I can increase it quite a bit. We're gonna do some probe accuracies. Remember, the first ones are gonna be bad, or likely to be bad. There we go. We ended up with 0.0025. So that was three total rounds, which isn't bad. So let's home it all again. And let's do a probe accuracy and what is the full? Can you make Z lift higher? We can. I'm gonna do 100 right off. My homing speeds are should be, because I sped those up, but I didn't speed up the QGL. Homing speeds are 160. That's not super fast, but that's fine. But the QGL, the movement between them, you want your probe speed to be low for your probe accuracy, but you can move it between the points pretty fast. And I don't think it's in spread cycle. Stealth stops threshold 0. Oh, it is in spread cycle is what I meant. And the offset would be affected by any blobs of crap on the nozzle. That's why you generally go heated. So let's, the recommendation is 150. So let's go here and heat the nozzle to 150. Let that heat up, and then we'll do some probe accuracy tests. Does anyone have a pre-made menu for Mini 12864 to control LEDs? I don't know. I don't have one. This is awesome. It worked. First try. All things tap worked first try. What is it samples equals to increase the samples, or let's find out. Clipper. Let's go to a clipper. It's not doing the heat up by the macro. It will when you do the, the macro will not heat up. It will just make sure you're not too hot. That's where that's coming from. The macro will kick in if you're over 150 C on the nozzle. It won't stop you from doing the things under 150 C. So let's go to documentation. Is it samples equals, what is the, what is it, probe calibrate? Probe accuracy. Where's the probe accuracy command? Repeatability checks, accuracy, and what is it? To add the, is it probe accuracy samples or samples? Okay, thanks Yuri. That's what I was looking for. Samples equals 100. So we're gonna go back here and we're going to go, since that is at 150, we're gonna go probe accuracy samples equals 100 and break this in a little bit. I got my wife into 3D printing. She uses a V0 to incubate her bread dough starters. That's one way to do it. Is this what normal nozzle probes are like? Never used one? What do you mean? Is it what they're like? Last time I tried it, tried to send clicky probe through the bed. The head looks to be flexing, like the nozzle is hitting during probing. It is hitting, and it's not actually flexing, it's just moving up. The whole thing's moving up along a rail. Here, let's grab this guy. This is riveting. Having a hard time focusing on that bright green, and it's not showing up as a nice green here. This camera colors are kind of bad. Oh, yes. So before we print, so thanks, Ronald, we do need to set a new offset. We would go through the same probe calibrate function. You would do your probe calibration, which we can do. We'll need to do that because I want to at least start a print here before we end the stream. Oh, I may need to increase Z microstepping to see. Let's see what my Z microstepping is while it's doing this. That's right. I ran 32 on the other one. Let's see what the microstepping is set to. Stepper Y and stepper Z. 16. So we want to probably set at least 32, right? So let's go 32, Z1, Z0. I have not calibrated the extruder. No. Microsteps at 128 gives great results. We don't need to go that high though, right? I mean, I'm running 32 on my other printer and I'm getting great results. Let's see what we get with that. We're just gonna save and close here and then we'll do a firmware restart after this is done. All we're doing right now is breaking in the motion system with 100 samples. Oh, and it just finished. So let's firmware restart this. Is tap available for 2.4? This is a 2.4. 2.4. Can tap and LGX work together? Yes. Let's get the temperature back up. Back up to 150. And we ended up with a standard deviation across all of that of 0.9 micrometers. 0.0009. So let's do probe accuracy. Just a regular probe accuracy is a good test now. And let's see what we end up with. This will do 10. We probably have to home all first. Every level of microstepping halves motor torque, yeah. Okay, so probe accuracy, let's see what we end up with. And let's do this from the full console page, I think, so you can see it a little better. Shouldn't you close the doors? Or are you printing PLA? I'm not printing anything right now. I'm just showing the, doing some probe accuracy tests. I did restart. I did do a firmware restart. So we are at 0.0003 on that one. I don't know if you can see it. You can't. Let's do another one. You'll see it here as it scrolls through. 0.0003 was that one. .0006. Did I fix the 2mm Y offset? No, not really. I haven't reset my bed print area. Let's see what happens. Let's just home it and then go to 0, and see where the nozzle is. See how close I was when I built this. Yeah, that one was 0.0006. Let's do one more while I'm looking at other things. Print a large flat sheet, then mic its thickness. I can visually see if it's good enough. Are those numbers inch or metric? It should be metric. That one was 0.0005. Close the doors, then go to 0. Yep, that's where I'm going with that. That's where I'm going next, Kyle. Let's do another QGL, just to make sure we're good. You are switching between microsteps right now. It's 2 distinct values you're getting. Yeah. That makes sense. Let's just do this. You know, one thing that this is, or hasn't done yet, it hasn't repeated a value yet. I was getting lots of repeats before on this printer before. Is West 3D here? Hey, West 3D. Welcome. Check your Z offset. Yeah, so my sequence here is we made sure it homes to the right spot. We're getting good probe accuracy. It can QGL. Now we're gonna check print area, and then we're gonna heat up the bed and set our Z offset. So if you want to know how good the probe is, increase the microstep number. But it's going to be, I mean, we're getting good numbers. We're just going to leave that right there. Let's go to, I'm going to tell this to go to G0, X0, Y0 and see what happens. F, let's go there. Nope. So at 0, 0, I hit something, I skipped steps. I skipped steps somewhere. So let's see, let's look at my configuration. Isn't it damaging the bed when tapping to the same points? Not really. You can see a mark after many, many, many taps on some PEIs, but especially this textured stuff is tough. You'll probably never see a mark on this. Coming in late, Steve. We're on the web. Can I learn more about this? There was a Voron Live. I'll link it in the description after this. I should have done it before. I just forgot. But if you search for Misadventures in Melting Plastics channel, that's Doc's channel, you can... Sorry, Professor. So you can find more information on that channel. Let's go here. Let's find out what's going on with my homing and 0, 0 stuff. As with the force going through the heat break, is this safe for Revo? Yes, it's all just in line with the heat break. It should be fine. Frank is saying he's had no visible mark after roughly 10,000 probes on my matte CS Hide PEI. There have been people that have noticed marks. Whether they show up on your beds or whatever, and you want to make sure that's where you want to really make sure you're probing at that balance point between being able to squish plastic out of the way and being too hot. That's why that G code is there. It did hit a bit hard on the stops. I'm going to find out why here. Let's go down to our X end stop first. And I am set for 300. Let's home X. Here, let's home X, and then we're gonna go to, yeah, Charlie's awake. Here, I'm gonna open up a new window and go back there so I don't have to keep opening and closing that. So I haven't done anything yet. It actually hit something in the idler area there. So we're checking this. So I'm gonna home X right now. And then I'm going to go to G0, X0. See if it's X that hit. Yep. Yep, X is not getting a full, what is it hitting? Let's turn off the steppers and find out where is it hitting. Oh, that's what's hitting. It's actually running out of, wow. How did I not know that? It's running out of chain. There we go. Let's try it now. I don't know what happened there. It was running out of chain, so let's home X again. And then G0, X0. There we go. The chain was getting too tight. Oh, because of Clockwork 2. It changes the position. Okay. I'm gonna have to, before I really print with this for any length of time, I'm gonna have to redo my my wire slack then. I'm gonna change quite a bit of that. So I'm gonna have to loosen all of this. I'm not gonna do that on camera because that's gonna take too long, but I need to I need to change the position of this. I need to move it over even a little bit more. Right here will work, but yeah, it was binding up on the chain. So now let's home Y. We are not here. Let's home everything, because it's starting to sag and I don't want it. It was getting close to the bed. I don't want to drag the nozzle across the. Okay, now let's go to G0, Y0. And let's see where we end up. So we are pushing the doors open just a little bit at Y0. So let's reduce that Y travel by a few millimeters. Yeah, let's reduce that Y travel by a few millimeters. So let's go back here, and I'm gonna reduce it by like, let's see where we're at. Let's go to machine and printer config. Let's go to this for Y. So this is position end stop is 305. Let's change this to, let's just go 295 for right now. Let's pull that back 10 millimeters to give the fan some room to breathe as well. And I might go through and actually do some adjustments of the bed, and because I don't need the rear end stop anymore, I'll do some adjustments to see if I can get my full 300 back. Save and restart. Yeah, I'll do some moving around and then see if I can still hit a brush anywhere with that. Okay. This point, I'm gonna go 150, and you can't see this, but I'm gonna heat up the bed as well because I want to get the offset, the offset going. And we're gonna home all. Whoa. I don't know if you guys caught that. I've got an intermittent problem on this printer where occasionally it will not home right, and I don't know why. I've swapped the drivers, I've checked everything, and it'll work for a while, and then it'll do things like this. Oh, Charlie moved. There we go. I don't know what is going on there. It did. It was bad. But it only happened once I started heating it up. So I wonder if there's something. I don't know what's going on. Let me let Charlie out. The nice thing now, though, is when that screws up and it tries to home over here like it did the other day, it's gonna just trigger the tap instead of driving it into the bed. These are 2209s. It's not mechanical. I mean, you guys watched it home and everything up until I set the heater, I noticed. As soon as I set the heater, it started having problems. This is a octopus. Air conditioning is not running. I don't know what's going on. That's something that very occasionally comes up. I've done full prints. I printed all the stuff for the purple trident on it, and This is the first time I noticed that it did it as soon as I turned on the bed heater. Now that doesn't mean that that's what's causing it or if it's even related, but it's something to look at. Let's let this get up to temperature. It's working on getting up to temperature right now, and then we'll try it home and see what happens. Because I've done full, I mean, with the heater, I mean, I print with the heater on. What are we gonna print? If I can get this thing to print, what are we gonna print? Does Clippy still have advantage over this in that you can do auto Z calibrate? Well, it kind of auto calibrates itself. So far I've tried swapping the stepper drivers and I've tried replacing them completely, just the driver modules. The wiring has been tested. The wiring to their, no, I can't say the wire's been fully tested, but AB motor pins. I've had the same problem. It turned out that I had one pin on one of my ABs that was not fully seated. Okay, because it does seem to be that when that happens, one of the steppers isn't running. I look short on new colors of hexagon part holders. That is not a bad idea, really, because that's a big plate. That's a big first layer. Is it possible that it only happens on long certain Y? Let's see what happens if I home all right now. Now it's fine. No problem. That one worked fine. I didn't change anything. Spider's web. What is spider's web? A 3D printer stress test. Is that Adam's stress test? Let's see. Is the lever on the limit switch bouncing? I don't think so. What are we searching for? What am I searching for? What was that? Spider's web. Oh, well, this doesn't really test our, is this what you're talking about, the E3D model? Because this doesn't really test a first layer, and that's kind of what we're all about here for this, right? Cauliflower is Adams. But I think a little parts tray is probably a good thing. I think a parts tray. Let's go here. We're almost up to temperature. We're gonna do our Z offset calibration. So I think the hexagon tray. Full plate, one layer. That would just take so long. That's the problem with that is we'd see it'll take an hour and something just to do the first layer. What am I going? I'm going to Clipper because I want to bring up. I've memorized some things and tests and stuff, but all the specific options for calibration, probe calibrate, that's what I want. We're gonna do a probe calibrate here in a second. Since we're using probe as Z offset, we're gonna do probe calibrate. I need a girlfriend, can you maybe print some? Need to have a good base. I have a selection of parts trays. Oh, you remixed mine as well, right? Oh, the swatch truck. I need some drink. What are we at? We're at almost 4.5 hours. We're still at 500 people on here. Holy moly. What did we get up to on subs? We are at 6,043. That means we've gotten about 50 subs today. That's nuts. That's nuts. Oh, my watch is almost dead. Might as well just put it on the charger. 10%. Okay, we are going to do a probe calibrate. We do the, yeah. I want here, that's almost there. While we're waiting for that, let me let Charlie in. While we're waiting for that, I'm going to slice up a quick hex tray on the other computer because I've been bad and I haven't gotten the profile all set up on the on that computer. Let's see. Let's see, print settings, all this is fine. Slice it, and it says it's a 3-hour print, but we'll at least see it started. So that's all sliced and going. Where are we at? Oh, Zombie, thank you. $1.99, thank you very much. Should you calibrate your end stop phase for, yep, end stop phase. What? We're just gonna do a probe calibrate next, and it's ready to go. Let me find a piece of paper. Where did I put my little things of paper? This will work. I haven't loaded any filament yet. We're just going to do the probe calibrate. So probe calibrate. It's going to home. And then where are we at? Test Z equals minus, what do we got here? We can probably go -4 right now. Okay, and that is really close. So then -0.5. Oh, that is really close. Let's go +0.1 because it's a little low. Okay, that's a little too loose, so I got it really close. -0.05. It was already homed. Oh, was the paper on there when I homed? I should have homed without the paper. Did I put the paper in there and then home? Did I? Wow, that was dumb. Let's accept. Let's rehome. Here, let's save config as Charlie's bugging me. I homed with the paper. That was not correct. That was not what you should do. I'm excited to start a print, so you don't do that. Let's home it all. Whoa. I'm glad for TAP in this situation. I got to rehome and re-QGL and everything. But did you just see that? Let's try it again. Yeah, it's still messing up. That is strange. Something's not right. That's the problem here. Let me just wiggle my stepper wires. Thanks, Asha. Let's try this again. Now I mean, I did wiggle the stepper wires. Maybe I'm gonna check those. Let's just do our thing. It's working now. Maybe lower the homing speed. I don't think it's that. I think I just messed with the connectors. That's the next thing I'm gonna change. I'm gonna recrimp those or something. Because now it's working, so the bed's heating. What did we have? It had to adjust by 1.3. If there's any current changing for homing, there's a delay. I spent months. I don't have any current changing. And yeah, the print head was moving at an angle because one of the steppers wasn't engaging is what's going on. I think the stepper wire is where I need to go. What about filament that may be poking out of the nozzle? How does that affect probing? It absolutely affects probing. That's why we want to probe at about 150 degrees C on the nozzle. Open a help ticket. Is there an official mount to use a switch wire style spool holder in V2 Trident? Need to move the spool up top. I don't think there's anything official. Watching from 3 hours ago and checked out the PA909 on Amazon. Apparently the image is the Japanese PDA09, but they sell a Taiwan version. Should be same quality, but maybe the hole is rough. Yeah, Nuno, the tip of the nozzle is actually touching the bed. Okay, so that finished. Now let's home again. And it's homing fine. Yeah, power off before I reseat those connectors, for sure. I think the homing issue is due to a weak connection or a stepper driver mixed with temporary... Charlie is insisting on attention, so we'll do this. Okay, let's go back to the probe accuracy now. We're rehomed. Let's go probe calibrate. Homing speed is 160 right now. So now let's go with our paper. No paper. Now with our paper. -4 seems about reasonable. And then let's go minus 0.05 or 0.4. Maybe 0.1. Nope, that's a little too much. Plus 0.05. That seems fairly reasonable. What is your bed power percent you're running at? 60 hertz? Whatever defaults are, I didn't change any of that, Zombie. Did I do a bed mesh? No. No, I did not. Something else. So I think, let's go 0.025. That's a little too much. I'm gonna go right there. That feels like the right amount of friction for me. So accept. I do reduce it from full bed power. I think it's at 0.6. And then save config. Okay, let me catch up. Let me get back where I should be. We have done all the things. We've set our probe offset now. Let's see if I'm missing anything. You guys are gonna catch whatever I'm missing. I have not done a bed mesh. Had a nozzle probe that uses strain gauge. Did you reduce it all from full bed power? Yes. So if the nozzle has to touch the bed to probe the Z-axis, it means that it has to be very well cleaned each time. Yes. It will not be precise. And that's why you do it at temperature. So in general, the plastic will get squished out of the way. I will do a bed mesh when I go to print. But I do want to change something on my print that I just sent. Give me just a second. I want to remove the Z calibration because it's set to calibrate Z. Let me slice and send this, upload. Okay, what color are we gonna do? ABS, what color? We will do a bed mesh, we will. Oh, extruder motors. We probably should check to make sure that the direction is correct. You're right. What color do we want to do though? Something that'll show up well on camera, probably. Blue, white, purple. I've heard a couple of blues, a couple of purples. Orange, teal, green on the printer. The bed is cooling. Let's warm it back up. Thank you. Have you done anything with the variable mesh size? I have not, but Kyle just sent me a bunch of stuff on that. I probably heard more purples than anything. Let's go purple. We'll just go KVP, proper purple. Okay, let's see if I can do this with a little needy guy on my shoulders. Do you see the BMG gear set screw filament path? I did not. But that's okay, it'll do fine. Okay, right there. And we're gonna rehome. And it's homing fine again. And then we're gonna heat up the nozzle a bit more and we'll load the filament. He is purring like mad. Not trying to step on anyone's toes, but if you're in a good mesh at your normal temps, it shouldn't really change on a hard mounted bed or in a bed mesh. I remesh for every print. 32 microstep is what I'm running. Okay, that is up to temperature. So I'm gonna do my little load filament. Well, I was gonna do my little load filament macro. Where's my macros? Why aren't they showing on the dashboard? Okay, well, let's just... It is backwards. So let me change the stepper direction for the extruder. Let me change the stepper direction for the extruder. Hope Charlie is feeling well. I think he's doing okay. I think it's cold. He is getting old. We are setting up an appointment to have him looked at. He needs his regular kidney appointment anyway for his kidneys and his bladder. So, but he's moving around fine. He's not doing anything weird with his litter box. Last time he was having trouble, he peed all over the house. So he's not doing that. So I'm reasonably confident he's okay, but he is due for an appointment anyway. Extruders, oh, up here. Direction pin, let's turn that off. Save and restart. Here, let's get our print temp back up. Oops, back up to full temperature. How do you like the underwire conversion? I like it a lot. I printed a 30-minute benchy yesterday in PLA, and it wasn't absolutely horrid. This is an hour-and-a-half benchy on the underwire in PLA. That's an hour-and-a-half benchy with no filament, no print slice. I used the Ender 3 profile Adaprusa slicer, and I changed the retracts down to 0.8, and that's about, and upped some of the speeds. This was a 30-minute benchy on there. Now, I had the filament temperature way low down here, so I was outrunning it, but I turned the temperature up, and after that, it does not look great, but it did it. That was on the underwire conversion. So it did not skip steps is my point here. It handled the speed that this was, which was 10,000 accelerations and 300 millimeters per second on everything. That's what this was printed at, and that gave me the 30-minute, right at 31 minutes. So, okay, let's see if we can get some extrusion going. Extrude. No, it's skipping immediately. Here, let's just manually feed that. And then try to extrude a little bit. The Voron purge is cool. Okay, let's do a little less. Let's do 20 millimeters of extrusion at 5 millimeters. Okay. I think I might have the pin out on the extruder stepper wrong, which kills us being able to do a print right now. Let me turn everything off and see if we can fix that real quick. I think the order, I don't think I have the pairs matched up. So let me set Charlie down and let's see what's going on. Because I'm pretty sure it's not actually moving properly. So let's look at the extra tool headboard I have here now. I need all the things now, but let's start with making the extruder actually work. Oh, where's the glasses? Oh, we have got, is this marked at all? This is not marked for its pin out. I don't know what it should be. Well, we can measure it, or we can check it. You can start from the base example configs that are in the docs. Always best to build your own config. Is it not rotating? It's stuttering, which means the pinout is not what I expected it to be. So I wired it to what I expected the pinout to be. It's not. So let's check. I'm gonna check the pins here. So if this is A2, the next one is A1. So those two are pairs. And then this is probably B1, B2. So now we need to look at we need to shut it down, look at the pin out for the stepper and see what's going on. We got bots. The Heart K Stealth Burner board has some E-motor wires switched. I don't know that this one did. Let me take care of the bots. Report. Hide the user. Okay. That should get rid of them, right? Did it? Yep, Pro Design, don't worry, we're working on it. It should be gone. Are they gone? Let's remove that. I don't know why these aren't removing. Okay. Let me cool. We gotta do a cool down here. We're gonna extend. We're gonna keep going. I want to make this work. So we have an extrusion problem right now from being able to test all the work we've done. So we still have 450 people here to see what we need to do to fix this. I have another one of these steppers around. I want to use it for a test. So I've got a new stepper here. I want to do something. I want to show you. If we take the pin out here and we short any two of these wires, so let's just take this and short these as a pair. Assuming the green and red are a pair, this should get more difficult to turn, and it is. If you undo that, this is easy to turn. If we short that, then we know that green and red are a pair. We should be able to do that same to the other two and get the same result. So easy to turn, short out blue and yellow, and that's also a pair. It's harder to turn. If I shorted out, say blue and red, it's still easy to turn. If I short out blue and green, it's still easy to turn. But if you short out the pairs, it gets harder to turn. So now we know, I just double checked with a new motor, instead of pulling this one all the way off, that red and green are a pair and blue and yellow are a pair. So what order did I install these? Blue, yellow, green, red. It should work. It should work as it is. I don't know what's going on. How does my clipper know your X5 stepper wires are wrong and gives an error, but not the extruder motor? It's not giving an error. It's behaving wrong. I'm not turning things off. I mean, I'm not unplugging things. Thank you, Mitchell, but I'm not. I'm just looking. I'm looking to see what we got going on. I'm trying to figure out whether it's actually, because as far as I can tell, it's actually wired properly. So why wouldn't this extrude? Don't trust the colors of the motor wires. Yes, but between the same manufacturer, the same set of steppers, these have all been consistent for me so far. And the other end of the harness is built into the stepper. Could be. Let's see if I've got too much. Let's loosen this. I mean, this, if I loosen that, this should, you know, it's cooling down. Let's warm this back up and see what we can do here. See what's going on. Let's move it. Let's extrude without filament in there and see if we get any weirdness. Let's see if it moves without any filament in there. Is the tool head umbilical correct? Yes. We're gonna try a few things here. So I'm warming up the printer again, warming up the hot end, and we're gonna pull the filament out first. And I'm going to look in here and see if it extrudes. So I'm gonna get my glasses and a flashlight, and we're gonna see if it extrudes when I tell it to, with no pressure on it. So it is moving properly without any pressure on it. So it is still moving. So maybe I've got, let's do this. It immediately, let's loosen all this up. Okay, it is extruding now. Let me adjust, because let me adjust this thing in here. Higher current? It could be. It could just be not high enough. I did set it to 0.4. It works without any pressure on it, it moves. So I think my wiring's okay. Let's try bumping it up. It should be plenty, but let's try bumping it up and see what happens. Let's release this and make sure I don't have a blob on the end that's causing any problems. When I was adjusting this thingamajig screw, that's what's here. Let's try that. It didn't seem to make a difference is why I'm, yeah. At that point, yeah, I can push it right past that with the screw there. Where is that? There we go. There we go. Let's see. There's a stepper gear engaging with the larger cog and not stripping teeth. It's everything is lined up. Oh, there we go. Nope. Now it's skipping. It's not feeding. If I give it some help, it's feeding. Can you load filament? Yes. Yes, I could. I pushed filament all the way through. I can give it some help and it goes. Let's try bumping the current a little bit and see what happens. Let's try bumping the current just a little bit. Oops. The nozzle is hot. Is it the PTFE tube to the hot end? You guys confirmed I put it in there. I have no confidence that I did, but you said I did. I'm gonna go up to point, I've run my other one at 0.475. I'm gonna go to that. And just see if that makes a difference. The motor's not hot. When I helped it, it did better, so. Heat it up. What is my micro stepping on that? Went too far. 16. I'm on 16. Yours is 0.87? Holy moly. Oh, Jack, it's in there? Okay, good. Okay, let's try extruding again. Yeah. It's extruding. If I give it some resistance, it skips. But it is extruding now, so this is just not enough current. Tap is working, Dustin. Tap's working very well, actually. It's extruding now. It is on the edge, so I'm gonna go to 0.5. It's on the edge. I'm gonna go to 0.5 and then we're gonna go. Not go, but we're gonna move forward. We're gonna go all the way to 0.5. Just not enough oomph. I have not had to run one of those at 0.6 yet. Seems to me like an awful lot. Go back here, get this heated up again, extrude some filament. I 0.87 seems awfully high in my experience. 0.87 is awfully high. I would not recommend anybody go that high. Just from what I've seen, it's not needed to be that high. None of mine have had to be that high. Now it's extruding strong, and I'm having to put a lot of back pressure on it to get it to stick, so skip. So 0.5 seems to be okay for now. We're gonna go with it now. We're gonna YOLO now. So, hey KB3D, thanks for that. Okay, we have done our probe calibrate, our probe offset calibrate. Let's get this thing moving. Let's heat the bed up. Let's get some chamber temp going. Is my full steps per rotation correct? It is. It's 200. There are two different sizes of the stepper. CW2 recommended. One is larger and can take more current. This is the 20 millimeter 1 amp version. Would tap be compatible with switch wire? Yeah, the flex in the bed setup is too much for it right now. We're working on it. Well, I do live in Yolo County. Seriously. California, Yolo County. That's the motor I have. Okay, this is heating up. We've got some purple filament in there. And I've got a G-code file loaded. I would be comfortable in the 0.5 to 0.6 range. What if that's what it took to extrude properly? It sounds like 0.5 is working well for this now. Sounds like 0.5 is working well. .6 with the Moons, okay. I have no experience with any of the Moons motors of this size. I don't have any of them. Okay, we are at 100 C on the bed. Takes a little bit. I should probably, since we're here, and it's not ideal to do this hot, but I never cleaned the bed, so let's do a quick hot wipe down. We will run a bed mesh, yep. Yeah, I wasn't kidding, Obi-Wan. There could be. I'll go through this to make sure everything's right. What do you think of the Kapton heater for the new LDO V0 kits? I'm running one. It's working well. Yeah. Gonna YOLO on in YOLO, yep. Hey, Lewis. We are at temperature. I was born in Orange County, yep. Let's home. Homed okay again. Did it? Did it, Home Z? Extruder temperature target of 230C is too high. Oh, here we go. Here, check this out. So this is that macro. I had the extruder at 230C. That G-code macro now says extruder target temperature of 230C is too high, lowering to 150C. So this is what that little code, I'll show you. The little code in the extruder setup is supposed to do. Make sure that you're not probing the bed over 150C. So that was perfect. If you scroll down here, it's down in the probe section. This activate G-code, this is what just did that. Made sure that the probe is not over this temperature that you set to before it probes. So now we're gonna sit here and wait for a little bit until that temperature gets back down to 150C. So that's good. Didn't intend to test that, but there we go. Are you kidding? I kind of agree, but that seems to be where all the testing has put us, at 150C. So I'm gonna go with what's been tested. Something like a Rapido should be used for faster heating. Revo does really fast heating too. Or the drop effect does fast. Any of those with that ceramic heater seem to do pretty good. My V0.1 bed does have the screw-in thermistor. Yep, there we go. It just resumed. Now we're gonna QGL. Late to the party, my goodness, these Steve's Vorons always have the best colors. So are you kidding? That's where I would have thought too, but there's been a lot of testing on this, and they've settled on 150 being a good, don't mark up your PEI temperature. So, but you can test what you want. If you have good luck at 180, that's fine. What do we got? That needed a 2.1 millimeter change. Ghost Dog, this is KVP Lulzbot Green. This is my Subaru theme printer with the blue and that awesome green. That's where I'm at too, are you kidding? I'm on the same page as you, but they say 150 is the target, so that's what I'm going with. Yeah, I put the filaments in the description, right? Do you always do a bed mesh before a print? I do. I don't save the meshes, I just run a new one. It doesn't take long enough to bother. I drop effect printed one print and the ceramic heater died. Uh-oh. I've had reasonable luck with, I mean, I had the kinematic coupling on that come loose once, and that's the biggest problem I've had with it. I've also discovered that the hardened steel nozzle it came with needs a very large delta in temperature in order to print well, like 25C at ABS temps. Oh, Domenico, my first STI was the blue 2008 hatchback with gold wheels. My current one is a white 2019 with black wheels. Okay, so now let's run a bed mesh calibrate. I run all of this. I usually have a macro that I run through for my pre-print setup, but it's basically manual, and then I start my print. So now it's running through a bed mesh, and then we'll start a print here. I saw a few of the GR Corollas. They had several of them at SEMA this year. Oh, I guess I'm a miss. Oops. There you go. 2013 white hatchback with purple wheels. There you go. Had to hop off work and record something. Why are you still not printing? We're about to print. I think we're good. We're gonna print now. I get it, Kyle. I get it. The Z motors, I think the microphone is and is picking up the sound. It's not very loud in person. This is a 5x5 mesh. I'm sure you've seen that, but. Sparta has some really nice colors right now. I haven't printed with it yet, but I want to. I have Lulzbot Green, which is a sparkle version of this, basically, or it should be. This is Sparta Lulzbot Green. I haven't printed with it yet, though. My STI wasn't running for a while. I had a little extra sensor box that Cobb has for their ethanol sensor had failed. So I finally got it swapped out. So now I'm back to driving it. I'm on the list for fun colors. Slightly delayed until after December. Okay. I might have to pick some different colors for the upcoming builds then. That's okay. There's always another build or a rebuild. But thanks for the update. Sparta's Storm Gray. Is that in an ABS or ASA? Or is it PLA? If tap trips during a print, does it pause so you can resume? I think someone has a macro to do that, but by default it does not. But I think someone was working on a macro to do that. Okay, last probe. And then we will start the print. Okay, let's go. I'll move this as it goes, but I want to be able to watch this first layer height. They're not monitored by default, but I read someone was working on some solution, but not a default solution. If I run out of builds, just ship one of them to myself via UPS. That would do it. I'm gonna assume I need to tune this offset, so let's see where we're at. It's heating up. When will we stop with the plastic spools when not using cardboard? More and more companies are going that way. A lot of the filament I've had for a long time too. So it's settling down on the hot end temperature. Does the nozzle not heat up all the way so as not to damage the bed surface? Exactly. And I never do a full heat while I'm meshing and stuff anyway. Okay. Let's see where we're at with that. That actually looks really good so far. Maybe I can go down a little bit. Let's go down a little bit. It wasn't too low to begin with, so that's good. Auto Z is obsolete with this. What do I do with the empty spools? I've collected them so far. I wish I could transport them and have taken them to MRF or IRF and given them to whatever that place was that was collecting them, but it's just too much. Let's see what we got here. All of my macros are turned off for some reason in here. Let's see where my macros. Why isn't my UI settings? Dashboard, here we go. Macros is turned off, okay. Let's turn the let's try that. There we go. A little better. Where are we at? Cardboard rolls can suck up atmospheric moisture and then pass it to the filament, so not necessarily a win. What they need to do is mark the material they are made of for easy recycling. Okay. Is that a huge scratch in the middle of my build plate? Yeah, probably. The camera is exaggerating it. This is a printer that this is the printer that my friend borrowed. And I know that it had some mishaps. I did leave this at 4 parameters. Oops. Okay, let's get down here and see if we can get a view on that first layer. Looks really good from here. I have a bucket full with prototype ABS. I've just been throwing it away. There's no other thing I can do with it. I've thought about potentially, maybe not ABS, but something, melting it down into sheets and then using it on my CNC. Are all the printed parts for the Enderwire conversion on the GitHub other than the Stealth Burner? So Dark Dog's GitHub has all of his parts. There is a Ender the Switchwire thread on the Voron GitHub, and there's a sticky there with the parts that I made. Can you show the mesh in the web UI? Sure. Let's see what mesh height map. Ooh. So what do is that what I want? It's a bit, I don't know what settings I should do to make this look correct. Where is 0, 0? There's 0, 0. I don't know what the greens are. What is the green? I've never seen that. A little warpy. So I toss the ABS into a jug of acetone and save it. Use it as acetone slurry, ABS slurry. Green is the applied mesh. Okay. This is looking really good though. It's extruding. Can tap act as an emergency stop if triggered during the print? Not by default. You can't monitor it. But someone was working on that, and I don't know what they're doing, or I just know that it was being worked on. The green is an approximation of the slope. It's some kind of overlay of the mesh. Okay. Yes, this little camera. We can go back to here. Maybe that. Does that work? So this went pretty well. What do you think? What do you think of Tap? Is Bad Noob still here, or did he have to take off? Jason, I missed your question. Can you share the configs? I can share whatever configs you want. Just understand that, make sure you understand there are things you're gonna need to go through for your particular setups. But if anybody messages me on Discord or whatever, I can share whatever. So. I'm printing the little hex parts tray that I remixed on printables. He had to take off? Okay. What's a deviation of the mesh? Variance is 0.297 millimeters. I don't see a deviation. This is the parts tray from printables, yeah. Share the printer. I printed this hex tray, 70% scale, awesome. Tap looks awesome, but I'm too proud on my servo Euclid. I need a Trident kit to test it. Is clicky still a viable? Absolutely. This is not required, this is not, clicky still works fine, Euclid works fine, an inductive probe works fine. I have not saved any of my Enderwire modifications to GitHub because many of them were included in Dark Dog's latest updates. At some point I was planning on seeing if he wanted me to do a mods onto his GitHub, but right now they're all available in a pinned post on Discord. What is the best in-chamber camera for Voron 2.4? Those little M-Wave, whatever, I don't remember what the model number is. Someone will be able to say it in here. They're a little thin. You can mount them up here. Cameras are what I use. Is that skipping steps, or I'm probably tapping on something. I'm probably making fidgety noises. I have a hex tray for each printer in their respective color. Awesome. Where on Discord? Oh, well, my configs are not on Discord. If you direct message me, if you're on the Voron Discord, I'm Steve, red name Steve. How much heavier is this carriage now? It should be about 50 grams heavier is what I think they were saying. Still have to switch branches to get the V2 stuff on the GitHub, okay. OV5540 is the camera, okay. 5648, okay, there we go, that sounds right. The top location isn't the best? I like the top location. Have to leave. See, Andres, we're wrapping up here anyway. We are at 5.5 hours almost. But a lot of that was troubleshooting this extruder stuff. Internal included cable length for those cameras is definitely an issue. This is consistent. It's a little high, but it looks to be consistently a little high. Let's go a little squish, a little more squish. About to tap out. I see what you did there. PCB clicky has worked well for me, but I'm tempted this because of the simplicity and accuracy. So you should put the accelerometer to yes. So I will need to that was beyond the scope or what I could do in a reasonable time today. Try to do input shaping tune on this. But yes, you should run a fresh input shaping tune calibration. The top location is great for overview, but seeing what is happening at the nozzle, it isn't working out well. You're right. I like the overall view myself though. I can walk up to the printer and see what's happening at the nozzle. Is the extruder motor getting warm? Oh, let's find out. Let's see if I can burn myself. No. It's probably 40C if that. I could hold my finger on it without any problems. Hey, Keith. No problem, Jason. This was fun. Hopefully there will still be time to get parts before Christmas. See ya, Christian. It's almost 12 or after midnight. Could put 2 cameras, yep. Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised it's that cool. So I'm okay with that. And it seems to be printing okay. Hey, Greg. You're just in time for near the end. What first layer height do I print? Just 0.2. I do 0.24 millimeter first layer on textured PEI. I put my calibrated finger on it, and I'd say it's about 40, 45C. See what this first layer looks like since I adjusted it. It is still fine. One thing I was wondering about with tap, if you're doing a Z-hop, does it introduce any print artifacts since there is now play in the vertical up and down? It would have to bounce. If anything, if it changes at all, it would have to oscillate in a bounce to change print quality. I doubt it would. Is Charlie getting a little USB heated pillow for Christmas? That's probably not a bad idea. He'd always be there. I commented what out? Jack. Oh, you put it. Oh, so that's chamber temperature. That doesn't give me a. Oh, the chamber temperature I did comment out. Yeah. I don't know what the chamber temperature is right now. But the other thing here, this first layer, this big of a first layer, it's not going to be even no matter what I do, because I didn't do a pre-soak on this. I didn't let this soak at all. So it's still varying. Did I run a PID auto tune on your finger? Over many years. Isn't pushing plastic on the plate not sometimes pushing the carriage a bit too? It would have to be pushing with more than 600 grams of force of melted plastic that's moving out of the way. Yeah. There is probably a lower maximum acceleration that this can handle, and that was mentioned in the Voron Live as well. But for reasonable print speeds, reasonable quality, most people, this is going to be fine. The music speed is fitting to the first layer speed. Awesome. The extra thermistor, yeah, I disabled that. You know if vendors have kits available when the STLs are released or will be later? Vendors have been given a heads up. So the entire vendor group role on the Discord was given a heads up to try to have some level of things ready for actual release. So it might not be day one, but things are in motion. Fingerprint still there, cool, not there too hot. Exactly. First layer is looking, yeah, it looks, it's good. Considering knowing that it, like I said, over the time that this first layer takes, it is going to have adjusted just from the chamber heating up. So. There's a stop at the bottom of the travel. It's not pushing into the bed. Correct. There is a hard stop at the bottom. And it should be resting on those magnets. Your local vendor has already opened a pre-order for TAP. They're not supposed to. But it's not supposed to open until stuff is and it's actually released. Why so slow on the first layer? That's just what's set up here. I am running a pre-release 24 volt PCB. There are known problems with it, the one that I have on here, but they've already been revised. How long do you actually test heat soak your bed prior to printing? Usually about 20 minutes is usually what I want to aim for, with everything closed up and in its spot. The 24 volts will allow you to use the existing probe connection. If you have 5 volts at your tool head or whatever, you can run no PCB. You can run just the sensors you can buy, or you can run the 5 volt version, no problem. So usually what happens, Zombie, is I set the temperature. I set my preheat temperature, and then I get distracted by something, and about 2 hours later I come back and it's fully heat soaked and I start the print. But actually the couple other steps, I realize that it's been pre-soaking. So then I set my pre-print routine, which just does the QGL and mesh and stuff. And then I get distracted again. And then another half an hour goes by, and then I start the print. Would the normal switch wire wiring harness work on the ender wire conversion? I think so. You might have some extra, but for the most part it should. I get away with 5 minutes pre-soak with anything that doesn't need enclosed. Oh yeah, if it doesn't need to be enclosed, then your chamber isn't going to heat up and make as big of a difference as it's preheating. As long as your bed is up to temperature, if you're not in an enclosed print, then you're fine. With fan on or off, with fan off, I don't bother turning on the fans for any of that. Although if I turned it on, get some circulation in there, it might actually help. See ya, Squirrel Brain. Thanks for being here. So we are at 5.5 hours. We're not going to see this print finish, so I think we're going to wrap it up. Oh, did Polymaker just get here? Hey, Nick. How you doing? We are just finishing up. So I don't know if you'd seen before. Oh, this is this printer I built before your big push to of stuff. I was using the Polymaker ABS for the gray, and then this is KVP Lulzbot Green for the green. But welcome. Thanks for being here. So how does one cut MGN9 rail? A grinder or a grinding disc on a Dremel would do it. The purple is not. The purple that's KVP proper purple. The gray is the Polymaker. Yes, the color scheme is a suggestion from Jared. What's the best way to save the Z offset after changing it via baby stepping on the LCD screen? That's a good question. If you go to your main cell interface and go to the dashboard, Fluid has a similar thing as well. Once you've changed that, you will get here in the Z offset section, you see the save? You can go down here and save to probe. And that will save your changes that you made on the screen. Panzerkatten, thanks for gifting memberships. I have no idea what tap kits are going to cost. No clue whatsoever. So it shouldn't be much. It's a rail, so whatever a rail would cost, plus a sensor. Next week back to Trident. I hope so. I have some significant prep to do on Tridex. So let's end the stream by thanking everybody. Talk about what we're doing next week. Yesterday we did the November member stream, so we'll sometime in December will be the next one. Next week, ideally, we'll be back to Tridex. I have some additional things. I have some parts to print. We'll be able to make some progress on that. So BA, thank you. RSD, what is RSD? What will be your choice? Actually, a recommendation for my first ever build, a Trident. Yes, a Trident is a great idea. What toolhead, extruder, or hot end should be best to go with? Tap included. Depends on your goals. So basically I would go, if it's your first build, go Trident with Clockwork 2, Revo, Dragon, Rapido, any of those will be fine. And have fun with it. So, Zombie, thanks for $1.99, appreciate it. We had way more viewers today than I've had for a very long time. We hit almost 600 today, so that was nuts. And we had a huge influx in subscribers. What are we at now? Where are we at? Wow. We have like 65 new subscribers today. We're at 6,060 right now. That's awesome. Nicholas, thanks for becoming a member. So, let's see, am I missing anything else? Thanks again. Thanks for all the new members, anybody who donated, anybody who gifted memberships. Stay tuned for December's stream to be scheduled. Everybody who celebrates Thanksgiving, have a good holiday week. Many of us have a short week this week, so that's gonna actually help me be prepared for the Tridex stream next week. I got some extra time to work on things. So, Charlie's over there. He'd say bye, but he's asleep. Good night, everyone. Or good morning, good afternoon. Have a good rest of your day. Talk to you later. Bye.